Chapter 550. The First Level. Chapter 550. The First Level, the Vast Heaven Pag. Opened. Haha. To think that I still have the opportunity to enter the Vast Heaven Pag. In this life. Thinking about it really makes people agitated. Success or failure hinges on this one action. I must stand out above the CCS. The Vast Heaven Pag. Das abnormal activity aroused commotion from those sects and itinerant cultivators who were taking part for the first time. Compared to them, the three sects' disciples appeared rather calm. A light screen poured down from the top of the pag. Akin to quicksilver spilling over the ground, it was an incredibly grand sight. The pag. The body being swept by this light screen, it actually displayed out rows of names. Yi Yuan focused his gaze. It was only to see a name inscribed at the most conspicuous place, Li Fantian. Affixed on top of this name was the 8th level. He was also the one and only martial artist who made it past the 7th level and entered the 8th level in these 10,000 years. Yi Yuan continued looking down. There were 3 names under the 7th level. The first name was called Luo Yanqing. The second name was called Zhuo Fei. And the third name was shockingly Lu Linfeng. This old punk was likely a legendary figure in the endless world back then too. It's just that with the passing of time, his legend has already been gradually forgotten by the later generations. Yi Yuan sighed in his heart. Actually, the primary reason why Lu Linfeng was forgotten by the endless world was still that of the Grand Yen True Sect's destruction. Otherwise, with the Grand Yen True Sect's legacy, no matter how useless, they would also be the overlord of a region in the endless world too. As for after the 6th level, the names were densely packed. It was also uncertain how many there were. Yi Yuan was no longer interested in looking anymore. Yi Yuan coming to the Vast Heaven Pag. This time, the lowest target was also the 7th level. If he could not even match up to Lu Linfeng, then what right did he have to get involved with those turbulent waves in the divine realm? But Yi Yuan was also very curious about which era those figures Luo Yanqing and Zhuo Fei were from. Yi Yuan unexpectedly had not heard of them before. Logically speaking, they could make it to the 7th level, they should absolutely not be unrecorded nameless people. Looks like the mighty current of time buried countless geniuses in oblivion. Even if Lu Linfeng roams unobstructed in the divine realm right now, there might not be people who can remember him years later. Yi Yuan sighed quietly. Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that beside the names, there was still a patch of blank light screen, but he did not know what use it had. After you all enter, the light screen will display your names and the level you are at. This vast heaven mystic realm doesn't have any danger. But once the mission fails, you'll be transported out by the pag. Your names will disappear with it too. Furthermore, inside the mystic realm, all the pain is real, even if it's death. Yi Yuan looked sideways. Chi Hai already arrived beside him since who knew when. Old Hai, why did you come? Yi Yuan said in surprise. Little brother Yi clearing the vast heaven pag. How can I not come and bear witness to this historical moment? In this 1,000 years, you're the martial artist with the greatest hope of charging to the 6th level. But sadly, time waits for no one. If your boundary could increase some more, you might have hopes of making it to the 7th level. Chi Hai said with a slight pity. In the end, it was still that Yi Yuan's current boundary was too low. His present strength was at best also just around the strength of Qin Yan and the others. If counting in potential, Chi Hai's judgment of Yi Yuan was the same. It was entering the 6th level. If Yi Yuan could break through a few more realms, Chi Hai's judgment of Yi Yuan would naturally be much higher. But this vast heaven pag. Was clearly harder the further back. The 7th level was already the limits that everyone could understand. Except that everybody including Chi Hai all did not know that the lowest target Yi Yuan set for himself was the 7th level. Since Old Hai thinks so highly of Yi Yuan, I have to take on this 6th level no matter what, Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Hoo, this old man will wait and see. Alright, it's almost time. You guys should enter, Chi Hai said. Ning Yixian said in a loud and clear voice, the vast heaven pag. Oh, duh is already open. Everybody has to put in more effort when you're inside. My endless world's future is resting on you all. But this old man will get the unpleasant things out of the way first. Opening up the vast heaven pag. Oh, this time is for the sake of my endless world's future and in order to resist the fierce Gale world's invasion. After you guys come out from the vast heaven pag. Oh, you must join the Endless Alliance and serve the Alliance. In the future, when the fierce Gale world is defeated, we'll naturally give you guys back your freedom. Alliance Chief Ning, we'll definitely put our best foot forward and serve the Alliance. To these itinerant cultivator martial artists, this was an opportunity that only came once in a lifetime. Once someone's talent showed itself, founding a sect in the future was something easily accomplished too. Ning Yixian said, Alright, you all enter from the entrance by yourselves. Under Ning Yixian's command, the group of martial artists all flew over to the entrance, scrambling over each other, especially those itinerant cultivator martial artists. To them, this was a great opportunity for the carp to leap over the dragon gate. Furthermore, to be able to get selected, these people's strength were all preeminent among the itinerant cultivator martial artists. There were people with exceptional talent. They were naturally unwilling to fall behind others. Yi Yuan bid farewell to the group of old ancestors and also followed the group and flew into the pag. Oh duh! Entering the vast heaven pag. Oh duh! The scenery before Yi Yuan's eyes suddenly changed. It was as if he had arrived at a different world. Yi Yuan had yet to land on his feet, and he saw a blur in front of him. A shadow attacked towards him. But the speed of this shadow was as slow as a snail in Yi Yuan's eyes. Yi Yuan casually pointed a finger, and that shadow collapsed to the ground with a bang. Looking closely, it was a Tier 2 demonic beast. Hoo, junior apprentice brother Ye's luck is really booming. To actually be you. MP into a demonic beast right after entering, said Guotao, who came to Yi Yuan's side with a wide grin. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Just a Tier 2 demonic beast. Not worth mentioning. It's just. The mission of this first level isn't to hunt demonic beasts, right? Guotao smiled too and said, Junior apprentice brother Yi is indeed astute. Actually, the missions in the first 3 levels are all to hunt down demonic beasts. It's just that the ranks of the demonic beasts are different. This first level only has peak Tier 2 demonic beasts. What we need to do is to breach the blockade of the Tier 2 demonic beasts, and then we are to find the entrance leading to the 2nd level to reach the next level. Yi Yuan was stunned. So simple? Guotao burst into laughter and said, Simple? Haha. It's junior apprentice brother Yi is thinking of things too simply. Don't look at how we have 300 people who entered this vast heaven mystic realm. In this first level, close to half of the martial artists will be eliminated. We're only at the entrance area right now, so the number of demonic beasts is not many. When reaching the deep regions of the first level, the numbers of these Tier 2 demonic beasts will reach an extremely terrifying number. Even Sea Transformation Realm experts might not be able to retreat unscathed. Although I broke through to the Soul Sea Realm now, I don't dare to keep on fighting in the Beast Horde either. Otherwise, my essence energy will be exhausted sooner or later and be eliminated. Only now did Yi Yuan come to understand. If it was just vanquish plus-ing Tier 2 demonic beasts, then that was truly too simple. Although the strength of Tier 2 demonic beasts was not powerful, once the numbers reach a certain level, it would produce a qualitative change. No matter how high your boundary was, it could not withstand the exhaustion from confronting too many demonic beasts. High-tier martial artists were hailed as invincible. In real-life situation, that was the case too. But in theory, low-ranking martial artists could completely use numbers to exhaust high-tier martial artists to death. Yi Yuan thought about it and asked, could it be that the demonic beasts in this first level can't all be killed completely? Chapter 551. Why did you only just arrive? Chapter 551. Why did you only just arrive? Hearing Yi Yuan's query, Guotaochuan could not help being stupefied. I really don't know. Probably, no one will be dumb enough to kill off all the demonic beasts here, right? Although these demonic beasts are not corporeal bodies, their strength is not the slightest bit inferior to real demonic beasts. Those endless demonic beasts, unless one has a divine traversing realm strength, otherwise body dares to stay here to kill off all the demonic beasts. Guotaochuan felt that this question of Yi Yuan's was somewhat hard to answer, so he replied it like this. Yi Yuan nodded his head and did not say anything. He killed a demonic beast earlier and also felt that these demonic beasts were not corporeal, but it seemed to be formed from some type of energy. But the strength of that demonic beast just now was not the slightest bit inferior to Tier 2 demonic beasts. If these demonic beasts reached a certain number, even Soul Sea Realm experts would not dare to clash head-on either. They all went to the inner region. Let's go too, Yi Yuan said. Guotaochuan hurriedly followed after and said to Yi Yuan, Junior apprentice brother Yi, it's very easy to pass through this first level. How about we compete on who pass SES the first level first? To the current Guotaochuan, Tier 2 demonic beasts truly had no way of threatening him. As long as he charged over with all his might, those demonic beasts could not stop him. With the desire to win stirring inside him, Guotaochuan gave birth to the thought of competing with Yi Yuan for a bit. But Yi Yuan smiled when he heard and said, if it's battling you, I really don't have much assurance in beating you. But to compete in speed with you, you'll definitely lose. Guotaochuan had a face full of disbelief and said, might not be so, right? He was at the Soul Sea Realm now. Even if he did not have full assurance in winning Yi Yuan, in terms of battle endurance and explosive power, he was confident that he could surpass Yi Yuan. The reason why Yi Yuan could cross boundaries to battle and his greatest reliance were that terrifying concept comprehension of his. If it was competing in speed, with Yi Yuan facing so many Tier 2 demonic beasts obstruction, for him wanting to be faster than Guotaochuan, it was virtually impossible. Yi Yuan smiled and said, if you don't believe me, let's just compete. But we don't need to compete until the finish point. Just determining the victor will do. Fine. Compete away then. Starting now. Guotaochuan's voice had yet to fade, and his entire person already dashed out like an arrow discharging. Yi Yuan smiled faintly. His movement technique activated, and he followed after too. At the start, this stretch of area was practically a vast expanse of flat land. What these two people competed in was naturally leg strength. Yet, Guotaochuan discovered to his dismay that no matter how hard he exerted his strength to speed up his movement technique, Yi Yuan was around not far from him from start to end. Yi Yuan was like a dogskin plaster sticking to him. Yi Yuan's current movement technique was still Spirit Void Shattering S.P.A.C. But ever since comprehending the concept of wind, Yi Yuan applied the concept of wind into his movement technique. The two superimposed. Although Yi Yuan was only second-level C transformation right now, his speed was not the slightest bit slower than Guotaochuan's. Along the way, the two people casually slew the Tier 2 demonic beasts around them, running neck to neck all the way. After 2 hours, Guotaochuan stopped gloomily and said to Yi Yuan, I say, aren't you too freakish? Offensive power so formidable, even movement technique is also so freakies. Plus I broke through to Soul Sea Realm now and cultivated Tier 4 movement technique and actually can't shake you off. Yi Yuan stopped too and said smilingly, this movement technique of yours isn't bad. If you can train it to the Great Circle stage, I won't be able to keep up. Guotauchuan involuntarily rolled his eyes. He just broke through to Soul Sea Realm not long ago. How could he possibly train the Tier 4 movement technique to the Great Circle stage? Hehe, even if your movement technique is any faster, it's useless too. Starting from now, the number of demonic beasts will get increasingly more. Although movement technique is important, endurance and essence energy are the key to determining victory. Guotauchuan finished talking and dashed out once more. Before long, sure enough, as Guotauchuan said, the number of demonic beasts became increasingly more, virtually surrounding the two people. Everyone's destination was pretty much the same. With 300 people in this first level, the chances of everyone being ping was still very high. But as they got deeper and deeper in, martial artists' miserable cries would sound out from time to time from the two people's surroundings and then disappear. Clearly, they were transported out of vast heaven pag. Oda. But those being transported out were basically all sea transformation realm martial artists. Like Guotauchuan said, this first level was going to eliminate a large batch of martial artists. Guotauchuan was a peak existence among the junior generation himself. Now, especially after breaking through to the Soul Sea realm, his strength was incomparably daunting. Demonic beasts that approached him practically all had the outcome of being instantly killed. But along with the increasing number of demonic beasts, Guotauchuan also gradually put away his mentality of playing around and started to treat things seriously. Failing miserably at a simple task was not something fun. Around another 2 hours said. Guotauchuan finally could not resist darting a glance to the back with his eyes. He was delighted inwardly, because there was already no sign of Yi Yuan. Evidently, Yi Yuan was already blocked by the demonic beast. Even though he overwhelmed Yi Yuan with the advantage of cultivation realm, Guotauchuan still felt very accomplished. Yi Yuan's monstrousness virtually made people despair. Regardless of winning him under any kind of circumstances, it was all something to be very thrilled about. Being besieged by so many demonic beasts, the consumption speed of a sea transformation realm's essence energy was much faster than a Soul Sea realm's. In order to reduce this kind of expenditure, the martial artist must carefully utilize their own essence energy. This way, the speed of killing demonic beasts was bound to slow down. Charging ahead blindly, the speed of essence energy consumption would shoot up by several folds. With Yi Yuan's second-level sea transformation essence energy level, it would be exhausted entirely very quickly. How could such a clever person like Yi Yuan possibly do this kind of foolish thing because of a small compet? 1. Tian? Charge ahead for a distance, then wait for Yi Yuan and tell him that I won. Haha. I really want to see the expression of him losing the compet. 1. Tian. Guotauchuan was talking, but his hands were not slow. In a blink of an eye, another dozen over-demonic beasts were killed, and he charged forward once again. After a while, Guotauchuan suddenly discovered that the demonic beasts ahead seemed to be increasingly lesser. And? What's going on? Logically speaking, the further in one goes, there should be more demonic beasts. Could it be that I had too much fun killing and actually lost my way? That's wrong, the direction should be correct. Really weird. Guotauchuan could not figure it out. He continued plusing ahead but discovered that the demonic beasts around became lesser and lesser. The puzzlement in his heart grew. All of a sudden, ahead of him was clear and Sias, without even a single demonic beast. And in front of him, Yi Yuan was currently looking at him calmly, with a wide grin on his face. Why are you only here now? I've already waited for a long time. With nothing to do, I cleared away the surrounding demonic beasts and finally can have a break, Yi Yuan said smilingly. Guotauchuan stared at Yi Yuan with wide saucers for eyes, as if he had seen a ghost. You! Just how did you do it? You're only at the sea transformation realm. How can you possibly be so much faster than me? It was only after some time did Guotauchuan come back to his senses and ask out this question. Chapter 552. Nameless Energy. Chapter 552. Nameless energy. Of course, Yi Yuan would be that much faster than him. The number of these demonic beasts looked to be extremely horrifying. But to talk about crowd control measures, was there any martial technique more powerful than Yi Yuan's 1,000 flowing petals? At least in this endless world, such a martial technique probably could not be found. If these demonic beasts' ranks were high, then forget it. If it were just Tier 2 demonic beasts, Yi Yuan could casually summon a CLU's tur of petals and it would basically be an instant kill. More importantly, 1,000 flowing petals was a type of perpetual martial technique. As long as Yi Yuan's essence energy was not exhausted, he could constantly summon more petals by his side. Guotauchuan naturally had crowd control type martial techniques too. But firstly, crowd control type martial techniques had tremendous expenditure. Secondly, unleash. Plus-ing it takes time. The losses outweighed the gains. To the vast majority of the people in the vast heaven pag. Right now, charging into the second level was the most important thing. Guotauchuan was clearly not an exception too. Along the way, Yi Yuan displayed the 1,000 flowing petals. His advancement speed was not much slower compared to when without demonic beasts. In comparison, the demonic beasts in front of Guotauchuan got increasingly more. His speed naturally slowed down. I said that you'd definitely lose. You just had to insist on a pummeling. Alright, you go to the second level by yourself. I'll circle around the first level some more, said Yi Yuan. As he said this, he was making his move to leave. Guotauchuan was stunned. What's there to circle around in the first level? The first level had long been cleared countless times. If there were any hidden rewards, it would have long been discovered by people. But up till today there was simply nobody who discovered any additional rewards. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "It's fine. I'm just curious. You go on first." As he said this, Yi Yuan's figure leaped, vanished. Plus-ing inside the demonic beast herd. Guotauchuan saw Yi Yuan moving freely among the demonic beasts. It was as if it was an uninhabited land. His eye could not help becoming wide saucers. Only at this time did he know why Yi Yuan's speed was much faster than his. The demonic beasts here completely did not have their own consciousness and attacked martial artists with no fear of death at all. But those demonic beasts simply could not approach Yi Yuan's body. CLU's turs of petals willfully reaped the lives of those demonic beasts. Monsters are monsters. Indeed, not what mortals like us can compare to. After a long while, Guotauchuan gave a sigh and turned around, plus-ing to the depths of the first level. After half a day, in a remote corner of the vast heaven pag. Da's first level, Yi Yuan suddenly opened both eyes. These demonic beasts are all formed from a type of energy. Slaying these demonic beasts can actually acquire a trace of this type of energy. And this type of energy can actually convert into essence energy, promoting the advancement of cultivation. Truly unbelievably miraculous. Yi Yuan muttered under his breath. In the beginning, Yi Yuan did not notice yet. But when he was competing with Guotauchuan, Yi Yuan slaughtered large numbers of demonic beasts and finally noticed a hint of something wrong. After those demonic beasts were killed, there was a strand of extremely minute energy that entered inside Yi Yuan's body. This wisp of energy was extremely minute. It was virtually undetectable. If it weren't for the fact that Yi Yuan killed a large number of demonic beasts within a period of time, and those energies converged to form a small tuft, Yi Yuan would not be able to discover it at all. Yi Yuan was also uncertain if this type of energy was harmful to the body or not. So he bid farewell to Guotauchuan and found a covert place to investigate. He casually laid down a set of array formation. Those Tier 2 demonic beasts were simply incapable of barging inside. Then he started to study this small tuft of energy. But with this investigation, Yi Yuan discovered that with his experience and knowledge, he actually could not recognize what this energy was. After failing to glean anything with numerous attempts, Yi Yuan simply mustered essence energy and attempted to force that trace of energy out of the body. But Yi Yuan did not expect that once the energy came into contact with essence energy, it actually merged into the essence energy with a whoosh. This was no trifling matter. Yi Yuan hurriedly wanted to expel the nameless energy. But after that tuft of energy fused into his own essence energy, it was like a poisonous sore inflicted deep into the bones, no longer able to separate. Yi Yuan unleashed all of his skills to the utmost and could not do anything to that S of nameless energy. But that S of energy just quietly lay within his essence energy sea and did not have make any excessive action. Only then did this let Yi Yuan be slightly at ease. Later on, Yi Yuan might as well just circulate the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art and started to refine that S of essence energy. What surprised Yi Yuan was that the nameless energy really reacted. Before long, the nameless energy was actually refined into essence energy. It made Yi Yuan's boundary loosen up a trace. This made Yi Yuan very surprised. Although Yi Yuan had killed many demonic beasts, the nameless energy obtained was an extremely tiny speck. Yi Yuan internally viewed that trace of essence energy. It seemed to be a little different from the essence energy that he originally cultivated. But just how was it different, Yi Yuan could not determine it. To really say it out, Yi Yuan had a feeling that this kind of essence energy seemed to be even more powerful than the essence energy which he previously cultivated. This type of energy can actually promote essence energy. Then wouldn't I be able to use this energy to undergo cultivation? Guotao said that this first level did not have any additional rewards. Could it be that this is the first level's hidden boon? It's just that this type of energy. Just what in the world is it? Why is it that even I haven't heard of it before? Yi Yuan thought for a long time and could not figure out the reason why either. But he felt that this energy should not be harmful to the human body. Hence, he made a bold decision: kill off all the demonic beasts in the first level. Since this type of energy could increase cultivation, how could Yi Yuan let it slip by? When soldiers arrive, use a general to keep them off. When water rises, build a dam with earth. If some problem were to really occur, just think of ways to resolve it in the future. Outside the vast heaven pag. Oh, duh, those Sek's old ancestors all stared at the light screen, wanting to see to what extent their own juniors had progressed to. Somebody entered the second level. And who is Lu Hong? He's actually the first one to enter the second level. The first to rush into the second level is actually not the 3 Sek's head disciples? Where did this Lu Hong pop out from? The second level was totally empty right now. Therefore, Lu Hong's name was very conspicuous. This name appeared abruptly, making everyone all feel somewhat caught off guard. Because before this, simply no one had heard of this name. The expressions of the 3 Sek's old ancestors were very ugly. They had a feeling of getting their faces slapped. It was fine if Yi Yuan was monstrous. Where did this Lu Hong pop out from? To actually prevail over the 3 Sek's? One had to know that Qin Yen and Guotao, they all were at the Soul Sea realm now. Among the junior generation, they should be sweeping away everyone else. But now they were actually Serpa. As said by an unknown boy. I have some impression of this Lu Hong. Seems to be an itinerant cultivator. During the itinerant martial artist selection, this person's performance was remarkably astonies. Hi+ing. He directly overwhelmed everybody and obtained the right to enter the vast heaven pag. Oh, duh, with the status of the first place. To think that he still held back during the selections. His strength is actually so formidable. said a heavenly martial sex Grand Elder. He was the main examiner in charge of the itinerant cultivator's selection and had some impression of this Lu Hong. Quickly look. Qin Yen. The three of them virtually rushed into the second level at the same time. At this time, somebody exclaimed. Only after seeing Qin Yen trio entering the second level closely behind Lu Hong did the expressions on the three old ancestors' faces become slightly better. Chapter 553 Blunder. Chapter 553 Blunder. Although the first one to rush into the second level might not mean that he was definitely the strongest one, to a certain extent it also trotted many problems. Hence, for that Lu Hong to be able to be the first one to rush into the second level, it at least showed that his strength was very formidable. I didn't think that among the itinerant cultivators, a genius junior actually appeared too. Chi Hai stroked his beard and smiled. To the present endless world, the more geniuses like this, the better things would be. Might just be a moment of luck. Qin Hongtao said with a cold snort. More and more names vanished from the first level. Ren Xingchuan's eyebrows could not help knitting together. He kept on staring at Yi Yuan's name. But Yi Yuan's name did not have any signs of moving throughout. Regardless of how the other people's names moved, Yi Yuan's name remained in the first level from start to end. At this time, somebody reacted to it as well and asked, Where's Yi Yuan? With his strength, he should have entered the second level long ago, right? His name is still at the first level. I wonder what happened, Ning Yixin said. No way, right? Yi Yuan is able to kill a Soul Sea Realm expert on his own. How can he possibly be trapped at the first level? Maybe he got delayed because of some matter? There's nothing in the first level. Can be held up by what? Is it possible that Yi Yuan can kill Soul Sea Realm experts because his explosive power is very great? But to charge into the second level, what's required is abundant essence energy and lasting endurance. On this aspect, Yi Yuan is just a second-level C transformation. He'll probably be at a disadvantage. What this person said was reasonable. Many people could not help falling silent when they heard that. Ren Xingchuan's expression was very ugly. He thought very highly of Yi Yuan and felt that Yi Yuan would bring him a tremendous surprise. If Yi Yuan already fell behind in the first level, the difficulty of the levels at the back would be increasingly greater. How was Yi Yuan going to pass through? Ren Xingchuan looked previously already. Chao Feng was already eliminated in the first level. Although Ren Dong made it into the second level, he was placed rather behind in terms of timing. If even Yi Yuan failed, then Wufang City would be utterly disgraced. In the end, this vast heaven pag is still too much for sea transformation realms. Sing through this vast heaven pag. Da's checkpoints need to be done in one breath. The more one drags, the less favorable. If Yi Yuan he continues dawdling, once his essence energy is exhausted, it will likely be very tough to push through the first level. I really didn't expect that a heavens chosen like Yi Yuan would actually suffer a cruce. Ing defeat in the first level. For a time, the people surrounding and spectating all discussed in low voices. With the sing of time, they were clearly less and less optimistic about Yi Yuan. People's hearts were always like this. Yi Yuan rose up extremely fast like a comet. Some of the sect's old ancestors more or less still had some jealousy in their hearts. Now, seeing Yi Yuan about to be eliminated in the first level, although they would not express it too obviously, there was still some gloating in their words and between the lines. How could Ren Xingchuan not discern the gloating over other people's misfortunes in these people's words? He was even more panicky in his heart. Yi Yuan, what the hell are you doing? Could it be that with your strength, you can't even make it past the first level? Ren Xingchuan said anxiously in his heart. Time slowly trickled by. The names remaining in the first level became progressively lesser. But among these people, practically body could charge into the second level. The names all directly vanished. Evidently, they were already sent out by the vast heaven pag. Oda. Finally, the last name in the first level apart from Yi Yuan's vanished, kicked out by the vast heaven pag. Oda. In the first level, only Yi Yuan alone was left. At this time, the second level was densely covered with people, while in the first level, Yi Yuan's name became extremely eye-catching. Yi Yuan's strength is still very powerful among sea transformation realms. He actually persisted for a day and night already. It's just that, who knows how long he can sustain in the end. The first level has a time restriction of only 3 days. If one is unable to make it to the second level within 3 days, they will still get kicked out by the vast heaven pag. Oda. The demonic beasts around the entrance to the second level will become increasingly more. For Yi Yuan to want to make it through, it's probably riddled with numerous difficulties. Different from how these people imagined, the demonic beasts around the entrance to the second level was already less than lesser. In the first level, only Yi Yuan alone was left. He had free rein and unleashed the 1,000 flowing petals, willfully reaping the lives of those demonic beasts. The petals which filled the sky were like locusts. Areas they said through, no living thing was spared. Yi Yuan initially thought that these demonic beasts could not be killed completely. But after he slaughtered for an entire day, he finally noticed that these demonic beasts became thinly scattered. Very clearly, the number of the demonic beasts was reducing. Furthermore, Yi Yuan discovered that these demonic beasts would automatically converge at the entrance to the second level to attempt to stop him from entering the second level. However, Yi Yuan's goal was not the second level at all. It was to kill these demonic beasts to obtain that nameless energy. I wonder what kind of effect there will be by killing all the demonic beasts in the first level, Yi Yuan said with a loud laugh. Of course, increasingly lesser was just relatively speaking. Around Yi Yuan, there were still countless demonic beasts surrounding him now. Even if Yi Yuan wanted to break out of the encirclement now, it was already impractical. At this time, there were already no other martial artists in the first level. Just Yi Yuan alone left. And these demonic beasts seemed to sense it, converging around Yi Yuan unceasingly. Even though the total number of demonic beasts was reducing, in the radius of the local area, the demonic beasts were increasingly more. But Yi Yuan did not mind at all. These demonic beasts were entirely unable to approach his body. Just like this, Yi Yuan spent 2 days constantly in the midst of slaughter. Only Yi Yuan could sustain for 2 days under such a high-intensity essence energy consumption. If it were others, they would have died long ago from essence energy exhaustion. Since he wanted to kill off all the demonic beasts, Yi Yuan naturally made preparations long ago. Hence, he was very sparing when using essence energy. But, even so, his essence energy was already close to rock bottom at the end of these 2 days. The demonic beasts became lesser and lesser, but Yi Yuan's attacks clearly became sluggish too. Huff! Looks like I still have to expend 1 medicinal pill, Yi Yuan said helplessly. He initially thought that he could rely on his body's essence energy to sustain. Who knew that the number of demonic beasts in this first level was too terrifying. Slaughtered for 2 days and did not finish killing either. At this time, if Yi Yuan still did not consume medicinal pills to restore essence energy, he was already unable to carry on sustaining. Yi Yuan's finger twitched. A medicinal pill appeared in his hand. Yet, just as Yi Yuan was planning on swallowing the medicinal pill, a scene which left him dumbfounded occurred. That medicinal pill was actually like weathered away by the wind, breaking down into powder. A light breeze blew, and it vanished. F***ck me. No way, right? Could it be that inside this vast heaven pag? Oh. The usage of medicinal pills isn't allowed? Why didn't anyone tell me before? Yi Yuan could not refrain from cursing. Unreconciled, Yi Yuan took out a medicinal pill again. Indeed, it was immediately eroded by the wind. This time, I really made a blunder. Yi Yuan stared wide-eyed and his mouth agape at the thing that happened before his eyes as he said with a bitter smile. Chapter 554. Instant Cast Martial Technique. Chapter 554. Instant Cast Martial Technique. Yi Yuan daring to fight a battle of attrition here. His greatest reliance was medicinal pills. But Yi Yuan never would have expected that this vast heaven pag could actually erode the medicinal pills that he refined with just the wind. This was simply something unheard of. Without medicinal pills to replenish essence energy, Yi Yuan's essence energy was going to be depleted very soon. This was still his first time encountering such a bizarre thing. For a moment, he did not know what he should do either. Could it be that he was really going to be killed by these Tier 2 demonic beasts because of essence energy exhaustion? If he was transported outside, wouldn't it become the entire endless world's joke? Even though Yi Yuan did not care about other people's views, this kind of failing method, even he himself was unable to accept it too. Damn it! Fight it out! Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and completely erupted all of his remaining essence energy. For a time, innumerable petals enveloped Yi Yuan. At the same time, Yi Yuan pushed the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art to the limits, refining the nameless energy that was absorbed into his body. The process of martial artists' cultivation was actually the process of splitting open the dantian. When not using martial techniques, the circulation of the essence energy in the body would form a circulatory cycle, reaching a delicate equilibrium with the outside world's heaven and earth quintessence. But once martial techniques were used, the expenditure of essence energy within the martial artist's body would increase drastically. The speed of converting the outside world's quintessence to become the essence energy within the body simply could not catch up to the speed of consumption. The more powerful the martial technique, the more enormous the expenditure on essence energy. Replenis. HI plus ing it would become slower. Even though Yi Yuan's control regarding essence energy was extremely great, for a martial technique like the 1,000 flowing petals, the consumption was very large too. Only Yi Yuan could utilize this martial technique for 2 days straight. At this time, Yi Yuan's absorption speed already could not keep up with the consumption speed. Only by refining these nameless energies into essence energy could he resolve the imminent danger. Through 2 days of absorbing, inside Yi Yuan's body already ACCU, mulat considerable nameless energy. But in comparison to Yi Yuan's current expenditure, the nameless energy converted to become essence energy was just as if trying to put out a cartload of burning logs with a cup of water. But right now, Yi Yuan already did not have other alternative. He could only make a last attempt to remedy a hopeless situation. Lasting a while longer was a while. At least it was better than being exhausted to death, right? It was better than being kicked out by the vast heaven pag. Oh, duh, and then him explaining to others that he postured, wanting to finish all the demonic beasts in the first level. And that this resulted to his essence energy being depleted and him getting killed by demonic beasts under Yi Yuan's frenzied refining. Those nameless energies were finally converted to become essence energy bit by bit, flowing into the essence energy sea. These essence energies entered the essence energy sea arbitrarily, fusing together with that trace of essence energy which Yi Yuan refined previously. Adding it up, it was merely as big as the rim of a bowl. Seeing this sort of situation, Yi Yuan could not help smiling bitterly. This tiny bit of essence energy wasn't enough for him to sustain a while at all. Yi Yuan also did not expect that he slaughtered demonic beasts for 2 days and 2 nights, and he actually just ACCU. Mulat this tiny bit of nameless energy. Wasn't this thing too precious? Before long, the 1,000 flowing petals which Yi Yuan cast before this was finally depleted. Those demonic beasts charged forward once again without fear of death. Yi Yuan was helpless and could only revolve his cultivation method, mustering up the essence energy in his essence energy C, which was converted from that tiny bit of nameless energy. Yet, something which made Yi Yuan awkward happened once more. He revolved his cultivation method and actually only mustered a tiny drop of nameless essence energy. The F*CK? No way, right? This is too much of a scam. What can one drop of essence energy do? Yi Yuan nearly broke down. He killed demonic beasts so painstakingly until now just for the sake of collecting this nameless energy. In the end, he could actually only mobilize a drop of essence energy. This was simply such irony. If he were eliminated like this, Yi Yuan would really have to find a place to enter closed seclusion for 20 years and be too embarrassed said to exit seclusion. But at the next instant Yi Yuan's pupils constricted. After that drop of essence energy entered the meridians, it suddenly vanished. Yi Yuan had yet to react when an even more horrifying 1,000 flowing petals, when compared to before, appeared without any signs, just like this. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 1,000 flowing petals erupted abruptly, practically sweeping away clean the surrounding demonic beasts instantaneously. What kind of situation is this? This time, Yi Yuan was struck utterly senseless. Ever since entering the vast heaven pag. Too many things that exceeded his expectations happened, virtually more than what he could handle, and everything that happened before his eyes clearly made him unable to understand too. One drop of essence energy could actually erupt out such a terrifying attack? Furthermore, him unleash. ing the 1,000 flowing petals this time was practically completed instantly. Could it be that this type of essence energy could instant cast martial techniques? Moreover, the 1,000 flowing petals this time, regardless of whether was it power or range, it was all much more powerful than what he used previously. Even though it was somewhat incomprehensible, without any doubt, Yi Yuan picked up a treasure. One had to know that when martial artists used martial techniques, no matter how pure and simple, it was also impossible to achieve instant cast. Essence energy exit the essence energy C and circulate within the meridians according to the martial techniques method, working in concert with heaven and earth quintessence, and then releasing them out. In between this, it had to go through a series of transformations, and this sort of transformations naturally needed time to be executed. The more powerful the martial technique, the more time required as well. Very clearly, under the situation where the power of the martial technique was the same, the shorter the time taken to cast the skill, the more advantageous. And this type of essence energy could not only achieve instant cast martial techniques, but it also seemed to have the effects of promoting and strengthening the martial technique. It was seriously too perverse. Looks like expending such a long time wasn't a waste at long last, Yi Yuan said with a smile. As he said, he deployed that nameless essence energy again. 1,000 flowing petals erupted abruptly once more, sacring a of demonic beasts. Yi Yuan is indeed formidable. To actually be able to last until 3 days. Even though he can't pass through the first level, it's also sufficient to be proud. Still have 2 hours, and it will be 3 whole days. Even if he's still unscathed, he'll still get kicked out automatically by the vast heaven pag. Looks like he also knows that he can't clear it, so he found a place to rest and rehabilitate to quietly wait for 3 days' time to be up. Such a pity. A genius like this actually didn't even clear the first level. In the vast heaven mystic realm, everyone was discussing excitedly. Some really felt pity for Yi Yuan, while others were gloating over his misfortune. But no matter what, they all did not think that Yi Yuan could pass through the first level. Regardless of what reason Yi Yuan had to hold up in the first level, 3 days' time was also plenty for him to finish settling it. Those martial artists who were in the second level now, there was a small portion who was at the C transformation realm too. Even they were able to clear the first level, but Yi Yuan was unable to clear it. That could only show that Yi Yuan's strength was lacking. Ren Xingquan's old face was black as the bottom of a pot. He never would have thought that the vast heaven pag. Oh, the journey this time, they came in a jolly mood but returned home disappointed. They were going to head back home so soon. And the Yi Yuan he pinned high hopes on actually could not even clear the first level. About to hit 3 days right away. It's already hopeless for Yi Yuan. Yeah. Such a pity. And, you guys look. Yi Yuan's name disappeared. 3 days' time is up. Yi Yuan is probably already transported out. Let's go find him then. Hang on, you guys look. Yi Yuan's name appeared in the second level. He actually said through at the last moment. Chapter 555. Continue killing finest. 8. Plus. Chapter 555. Continue killing finest. Plus, this stinking brat gave me a fright. Ren Xingquan finally heaved a sigh in relief secretly in his heart. Even if he had experienced countless great storms and waves, his heart still leaped to his throat earlier. If Yi Yuan were to be kicked out like this, then his face would be trashed badly. Fortunately, Yi Yuan finally charged into the second level at the final juncture. What kind of situation is this? Yi Yuan he actually charged into the second level at the last moment. Yeah. If he long had this strength, why not enter earlier? But if he didn't have this strength, how did he charge inside ultimately? This Yi Yuan is really. He's clearing the vast heaven pag. Oh, the while actually teasing with this kind of thrill. One had to acknowledge that Yi Yuan teasing with this roller coaster ride had indeed made many people have a feeling of plummeting from above the clouds, exhilarating to the max. Actually, many people were already prepared to watch the spectacle. In the end, Yi Yuan just had to clear the first level. This made those people preparing to watch a show suddenly feel very bored. That's not right. Logically speaking, with Yi Yuan's strength, it's impossible to not clear the first level. But why did he only rush in at the last moment? Just what on earth is he doing inside? Qin Hongtao was similarly very convoluted by Yi Yuan's actions. Their thinking previously was also all very simple. They thought that Yi Yuan's essence energy was not abundant enough, or that only his explosive power was great and actually his endurance was lacking. Thinking carefully about it now, Yi Yuan should not be like this. But for such a long time, what in the world was Yi Yuan doing in the first level? Qi Hai's gaze was glued fixedly on Yi Yuan's name. All of a sudden, he had some guesses. This boy wouldn't be tempering himself inside, right? Somewhere in the second level, Yi Yuan pointed a finger and killed a lion-formed demonic beast. His brows could not help furrowing. Is the second level's guardian demonic beasts the Aurora Electric Lion? That's pretty hard to deal with. The Aurora Electric Lion is a kind of Tier 3 demonic beast. Not only was its speed unbelievable abnormal, its attacks even carried lightning attribute, rather nasty. An Aurora Electric Lion was naturally nothing much to Yi Yuan. But at the thought of that horrifying number in the first level, even Yi Yuan could not help shuddering. Although the demonic beasts in the vast heaven pag, they were not corporeal bodies, their attributes and strength were no different from the outside world. Fortunately, the multiple Aurora Electric Lions that Yi Yuan killed were all just initial stage Tier 3. If this level was all initial stage Tier 3 Aurora Electric Lions, it might not be without the possibility of duking it out. Even so, the difficulty of this second level threw the first level behind by several grade. Tier 3 demonic beasts and peak Tier 2 demonic beasts were on an entirely different level. No wonder Lu Linfeng only made it to the 7th level too. Advancing upwards at this degree of difficulty, how terrifying would it be when arriving at the 9th level? Yi Yuan said with an emotional sigh. Thinking it over, Yi Yuan still decided to enter the 3rd level after killing off all the demonic beasts. The allure of the nameless essence energy was seriously too great to Yi Yuan. Previously at the first level, he only used several drops of nameless essence energy and killed all of the demonic beasts. After absorbing those demonic beasts' nameless energy, Yi Yuan discovered that his own realm could no longer be kept in check, so he went with the momentum and chose to break through. With this breakthrough, Yi Yuan directly charged to peak third-level C transformation, just a bit more to reach first-level C transformation. Yi Yuan shockingly discovered that this nameless essence energy actually had the effect of hewing open his essence energy C. Originally, according to his estimations, third-level C transformation should have a 90 feet essence energy C. But now Yi Yuan's essence energy C already opened up to 100 feet circumference. One should not look at how it was just a circumference of 10 feet. For Yi Yuan's essence energy C to open up and to form perfect spirit condensation, even just opening up a fraction more was also extremely difficult. One had to know that Yi Yuan's essence energy C previously was already around the same as the Divine Realm's pinnacle young geniuses. Now, cleaving open a circumference of 10 feet more, it already said those geniuses with absolute certainty. Yi Yuan discovered that this nameless essence energy was truly incomparably mysterious. Apart from instant casting martial techniques and amplifying martial techniques, it actually had the effect of opening up his essence energy C. He had no idea just what was the origin of this nameless essence energy, and what other functions did it still have. But Yi Yuan dared to assume that this type of essence energy was absolutely a heaven-defying level treasure. At least in the divine realm, Yi Yuan had never heard before any kind of special essence energy that could have so many enhancement effects. Yi Yuan was increasingly curious about this vast heaven pag. Da's origin. It was simply a treasure vault. Ignoring other things, just this nameless essence energy was enough to make all martial artists go crazy. After musing for a moment, Yi Yuan started making his way to the second level's inner region. Due to the others entering 2 days earlier than him, they were probably about to rush into the third level at this time. This entrance area was naturally already void of people, but Yi Yuan learned to be more cautious this time. He absorbed and refined the nameless essence energy while killing the Aurora electric lions so as to maintain sufficient essence energy. With the spirit bristle 9 Yang divine arts prowess, as long as Yi Yuan did not overexpend it like at the first level, the problem of essence energy drying up would not arise. Yi Yuan planned to kill a batch of Aurora electric lions first, then absorb a portion of nameless energy and make use of the momentum to break through to the 4th level C transformation. He would then head for the entrance to the 3rd level. These Aurora electric lion contained a trace of nameless energy too. Moreover, it was much stronger compared to the first level's demonic beast. If he could kill off all the Aurora electric lions in the second level, Yi Yuan could refine a lot of this type of nameless energy even while expending them. At the third level's entrance area, dozens of martial artists were surrounded by numerous Aurora electric lion. The battle situation was very alarming. In the fight, there were martial artists killed by the Aurora electric lions every now and then and transported out of the vast heaven pag. At this second level, the martial artists were all feeling increasingly pressured. Even Soul Sea realm experts were no exception. Even though these Aurora electric lion could not threaten them, for them to want to be as leisure as in the first level was not doable. Qin Yen casually slashed out a sword and killed multiple Aurora electric lions. But his gaze was looking at the Lu Hong ahead. I don't know where this person popped out from. His strength is actually so formidable. An itinerant cultivator can actually cultivate to such a level too? Qin Yen said. I have a feeling that he's still preserving strength now. He should be planning on using it at the back. By the side, Guotauchuan had a solemn look too. Which of the 3 of us don't have our own trump cards? When the time comes, we might have to use them in order to charge into the 5th level. Qin Yen said smilingly. Guotao nodded slightly and suddenly said, "Oh, right, after I separated from Yi Yuan at the 1st level, I never saw him all this while. Have you seen him?" Qin Yen was stunned and only came back to his senses now. He shook his head and said, "I've really not seen him. With his strength, he should have reached here long ago. Yeah. I looked for trouble competing in the speed of killing demonic beasts one time at the 1st level with him. The result was utter defeat. I feel that even that Lu Hong might not be faster than Yi Yuan either." Guotao said. Qin Yen laughed in spite of himself and said, "You were really taking the road to ruin. Yi Yuan's prowess isn't just reflected by killing a soul sea realm. Forget it, he shouldn't need us to worry. Let's enter the next level quickly. The demonic beasts here are getting more and more now." Chapter 556. Indeed Deliberate. Chapter 556. Indeed Deliberate, it's that Lu Hong again. He's the first one to enter the 3rd level. This Lu Hong is so strong. To actually overpower the 3 sect's head disciples twice and be the first one to charge into the next level. Just what is this Lu Hong's background? To actually be so powerful? Allegedly, he came from a small sect, but the sect he was from was destroyed later on. He should have obtained some fortuitous encounter afterward. That's how he can have his current strength. Fame can be a double-edged sword. The originally unrecorded and nameless Lu Hong shot to fame in just one move this time. His history was naturally dug out very quickly too. The 3 sects choosing these itinerant martial artists naturally would not select them casually. They would definitely impose stringent screening on these martial artists, including their past. No matter what, overpowering the 3 sects' head disciples twice in a row was plenty for him to become the subject of everyone's talk. One time could be said to be a coincidence. If it was twice, then it probably was not what a coincidence or luck could explain. In comparison, Yi Yuan, who was the hottest topic in the beginning, was no longer popular at this time. And, oh, body would pay attention to a failure. Yi Yuan entering the 2nd level with a buzzer beater was already not viewed optimistically by many people. This vast heaven pag. Oh, the had always been about fighting for number 1. It had yet to be heard of who wanted to fight for the last place. Originally, everyone was all antic. 1p. Aiding Yi Yuan creating a miracle. But now, they focused their gazes on Lu Hong. Actually, the vast heaven pag. Oh, Da's first 3 levels did not have much worth to see. There was not the slightest bit of suspense about prodigious talents like Qin Yen, Guotao and Yin Yen Huapus sing through the first 3 levels. If one had to say what was worth watching, it was only who would be the first one to charge into the next level. Originally, everyone was the most optimistic about Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan actually stayed in the 1st level alone for 3 whole days. Later on, everyone focused their eyes on the 3 sects' head disciples and did not expect a huge dark horse to actually charge out, overpowering the 3 sects' disciples. The vast heaven pag. Oh, Da's trial this time could be said to among the most exciting and exhilarating times. It was open for others outside the 3 sects. To the 3 sects, they obviously did not wish for their own disciples to lose in their own territory. But to the itinerant cultivators and the other sects, they did not say it verbally. They earnestly wished for somebody to step forward and wreck the 3 sects. This mentality of sour grapes, many people had it. Hence, when everyone saw that Lu Hong was the first one to charge into the 3rd level, each and every one of them was like being injected with stimulants, praising him to the skies. Yi Yuan was currently following a routine. Killing monsters and training, continuously absorbing and converting the nameless essence energy. After a day, a horrifying essence energy storm howled within the beast horde. The essence energy storm was extremely turbulent, strangling the nearby demonic beasts to death in succession. After a day of slaughter, the nameless essence energy in Yi Yuan's essence energy C already ACCU. Mulat to the size of 2 bowls. The nameless energy contained within the Aurora Electric Lion's bodies were clearly much more than the first level's demonic beasts. Yi Yuan only used a day's time and ACCU. Mulat to around the first level's nameless essence energy. After a period of time, Yi Yuan broke through to the 4th level C transformation smoothly. His essence energy C surged once again, reaching a circumference of 150 feet. This nameless essence energy is indeed incredible. With my current essence energy potency, winning, even killing 2nd level soul Cs, shouldn't be any problem. But there is an extremely wide gap between each soul C realm's small boundary. Although I broke through to the 4th level C transformation, now and I might have the power to contend with 3rd level soul Cs, to match up against 4th level soul Cs, it's absolutely impossible to win. Yi Yuan estimated his current strength. All along, Yi Yuan could basically cross a major realm to fight the enemy. Even when facing the disparity between the lower 3 realms and middle 3 realms, he could completely ignore it too. But with the increase in realm, his limitations of crossing boundaries to battle clearly became increasingly more too. The huge disparity between Soul C realm and C transformation realm was seriously too great. Yi Yuan wanting to match up against 4th level Soul Cs with 4th level C transformation basically did not have too much hope. This nameless essence energy is extremely powerful. If it can erupt instantaneously, it might be able to severely wound those at the 4th level Soul C realm. But the nameless essence energy using a bit will make them a bit lesser. Unless it's a last resort, best to not use it, Yi Yuan muttered to himself. Although the nameless essence energy was powerful, the biggest issue was that it could not be produced again. Regardless of how Yi Yuan absorbed the outside world's essence energy, it had no way of converting into the nameless essence energy. The nameless essence energy could only be a trump card. Unless there were no other alternatives, it could not be used. Previously, Yi Yuan used over a dozen drops in the 1st level. That already gave him unbelievable heartache. With my present strength, I should be able to sweep away these Aurora Electric Lions. Other people entered the 3rd level 2 days before me. In addition to yesterday's 1 day, 3 days have passed. They should all have already entered the 3rd level. It's time to go to the entrance area to the 3rd level. This 2nd level's time limit is the same, 3 days. I still have 2 days' time. Yi Yuan's figure moved. 1,000 flowing petals was executed along, and he rushed over towards the entrance area to the 3rd level. After breaking through to the 4th level C transformation, Yi Yuan's spirit, chi, and vitality all reached the peak state. His essence energy C was 3 times bigger when compared to at the 2nd level C transformation. In his current state, even if he did not utilize essence energy, it was also sufficient to kill off all the Aurora Electric Lions. 2 days later, Yi Yuan became the topic of discussion once more. Because he stayed a full 3 days in the 2nd level one more time. The other people already charged into the 2nd level on the 1st day and used 2 days to charge into the 3rd level. Which was also to say that Yi Yuan was now 3 whole days slower than them now. What is it with this Yi Yuan? Stayed a full 3 days in the 2nd level again. He wouldn't be treating clearing the checkpoints like a vacation, right? Wonder if he can charge to the 3rd level at the last moment this time or not. It's really hard to say. If he can still rush in at the last moment this time, then it should be deliberate. It's just, I don't know why he needs to stay a full 3 days. Who knows? The time is about to arrive. And name disappeared. Quickly see if he entered the 3rd level or not. There. Indeed there. What is he trying to do? Why must he insist on staying a full 3 days' time on each level? This time, and body doubted if Yi Yuan had the strength to pass through anymore. The first time could be said to be a fluke. But entering at the same time the second time, it was clearly intentional. Except that body could figure out what Yi Yuan was trying to do. This stinking brat. What the hell is he doing? Teasing with this sort of thrill each time. What if it just missed by a bit? Wouldn't it waste all the previous efforts? Ren Xingchuan panted heavily once again, and could not refrain from grumbling. They could not be blamed for this either. After all, there had never been anybody who would do this sort of foolish thing, killing off all the demonic beasts at each level. Even now, body thought that Yi Yuan was actually doing such a thing as well. They felt that Yi Yuan definitely found a place to hide, and made use of the 11th hour to spurt towards the next level. Hoo, City Lord Rin, calm down. Yi Yuan isn't a frivolous person. Him doing this surely has his reasons. In this vast heaven pag. It's also not whoever clears the round fastest can walk to the end, Qi Hai reminded Ren Xingchuan, suddenly appearing beside him. Chapter 557. He's different from you guys. Chapter 557. He's different from you guys, Old Hai, is it possible that you know what Yi Yuan is doing inside? Seeing Qi Hai's attitude, Ren Xingchuan was slightly surprised. Qi Hai smiled slightly and said, Yi Yuan's level is different from the others. The things that he sees are naturally different too. There are countless demonic beasts in the first level and second level. Furthermore, these demonic beasts are not corporeal bodies, an excellent venue for training and tempering. If my conjectures are correct, he should be borrowing these demonic beasts to temper himself. That's why he would hang on to enter the next level each time. Ren Xingchuan's eyes went wide. Even though he was very confident in Yi Yuan, wasn't this too exaggerated? Even Soul Sea Realm martial artists did not dare to stay in a level for too long. Yi Yuan dared to stay alone until the time was almost up? Furthermore, without other people pinning them down, how did he charge past alone? Old Hai, even though Yi Yuan's strength is pretty good, he's at the sea transformation realm after all. Training inside like this, I'm afraid that his essence energy can't sustain. Ren Xingchuan said tactfully. These words sounded like concern on the surface, but actually, it was reproaching that Yi Yuan was messing around too much. So many demonic beasts inside, if his essence energy were exhausted and he got eliminated, just how unjust of a matter would that have to be? If he was really eliminated, forget about him, this city lord, even Yi Yuan himself would not be able to preserve his face either. Ho, you this old man are losing yourself in concern. Furthermore, this grandson of yours, you yourself probably still don't have much understanding. Yi Yuan appears very impetuous when doing this, even somewhat disregarding consequence. But after the matter, you'll discover that he already calculated every single thing. Him stopping the Purple Mansion sect, detaining Qin Hongtao's grandson, eradicating the Heavenly Evil sect, which incident wasn't carried out after scheming. Relax, this boy will be fine. Qin Hongtao said very affirmatively. Ren Xingchuan thought about it. It seemed to be truly as Qi Hai said. His understanding of this grandson of his was really pitiably little. Of course, this was also related to Yi Yuan deliberately keeping him at a distance. This boy's temper was even worse than his. The two people frequently could not even see eye to eye. If he did not yield in the end, this boy could even poke a hole in the sky. Qi Hai was very confident in his judgment. But he could not dare dream that Yi Yuan's final goal was actually to kill off all the demonic beasts in a level either. If he knew what Yi Yuan was doing inside, it was uncertain if he could still be so composed. After entering the third level, Yi Yuan suddenly noticed that it was much more spacious. Within the first level and the second level, it was densely populated with demonic beasts. Especially the first level, that sort of density simply gave people a feeling of their scalp tingling. Just those numbers made people feel despair. But after Yi Yuan entered the third level, he suddenly discovered that the demonic beasts did not seem to be as many as before. He had already entered this level for some time and actually did not even see a single demonic beast. It could not be to the extent where these demonic beasts were all killed by other people, right? Yi Yuan was 3 days behind the rest. So, at this time, the third level should have already been void of other people long ago. The other martial artists should have already cleared the third round or were already kicked out. Which was also to say that currently in the third level, there was only Yi Yuan alone. The one and only person. Strange. Even if this third level's demonic beasts would have some reduction, it can't be diminished to such an extent either, right? Just what on earth happened? Yi Yuan said depressedly. Since he could not meet demonic beasts, Yi Yuan simply just flew towards the entrance to the fourth level. Yi Yuan was also rather looking forward to it now. Because after clearing the third level, there would be an interim reward. If it was before coming in, Yi Yuan absolutely would not be looking forward to it like so. Because cultivation methods and martial techniques and whatnot, he really was not lacking any of them. Just the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art was enough for him to cultivate to the divine king realm. Why would there be a need to take such a superfluous action to learn other cultivation methods? Even if he knew that Lu Linfeng soared from here, Lu Linfeng's level was merely just slightly stronger than him. To really talk about interest, Yi Yuan was just interested in the things after the 6th level. But now Yi Yuan's thinking completely changed. This vast heaven pag. Oh! Da was too mystical to actually have this sort of thing like the nameless energy. Then what would the rewards for the first 3 levels be? Because the path was free and unobstructed, Yi Yuan's speed was exceptionally fast. He only used 2 hours' time and was about to reach the 4th level's entrance already. However, everything before his eyes left Yi Yuan staring wide-eyed and his mouth agape. F***ck me. Are you S.H.I. plus-ting me? Yi Yuan looked at the scene before his eyes and could not help rolling his eyes. At the same time, in a nameless S.P.A.C., a group of martial artists was currently discussing fervently. Finally Pus said the 3rd level and can obtain the first stage's reward. Yeah. Although the demonic beast's rank only increased a small boundary with each round cleared, it feels more than several times more powerful. This 4th level, I can't clear it no matter what. Those blue sand beasts were really hard to tangle with. I almost suck. You mbed in the 3rd level. If I couldn't even pass the 3rd level, this trip would be considered wasted. Yeah. The blue sand beasts are extremely formidable existences among Tier 3 demonic beasts too. Although the few of us are soul sea realms, being surrounded by so many blue sand beasts was really enough for us to die. Very clearly, the 3rd level gave considerable pressure to these soul sea realms. One should not look at how each level's demonic beasts only raised by a small boundary. The increase in the degree of difficulty was not simple. Facing never-ending attacks, no matter how powerful the martial artist, they would be exhausted to death too. Yi Yuan's control over essence energy was so subtle and he nearly screwed himself to death, let alone other people. Furthermore, these demonic beasts were not ordinary demonic beasts. Their strength in the same rank was very formidable too. If one did not have the corresponding strength, they would simply be unable to breach through the encirclement. Entering the vast heaven pag. This time, a total of 300 people entered. Yet, only less than 20 people were still inside this nameless S.P.A.C. right now. These people were all the same, they were all Soul Sea Realm experts. Sea Transformation Realm martial artists were already wrecked by those demonic beasts until not even dregs were left. The only Sea Transformation Realm martial artist surviving was just Yi Yuan alone. Right at this time, an archaic voice suddenly sounded out, "Welcome to the Inheritance S.P.A.C. Congratulations to everyone for successfully clearing the vast heaven pag. Da's first 3 levels. I'll give you each your corresponding rewards according to your performances in the first 3 levels. Guotauchuan was the second to enter the nameless S.P.A.C. After entering the nameless S.P.A.C., he had been staring at the entrance all this while, wanting to see Yi Yuan's silhouette. But sadly, he did not even see a freaking shadow all the way until this voice sounded out. Could it be that Yi Yuan really failed? But how was this possible? Guotauchuan and Qin Yan exchanged glances, both looking absent-minded. Just what in the world happened to Yi Yuan to actually fail? May we ask Senior, there should still be one of us who hasn't arrived yet, right? At this time, Yin Yanhua suddenly spoke. Everybody fell silent. They all knew who Yin Yanhua was talking about. He's different from you guys, said the voice, after musing for a moment. Chapter 558. Different in what way? Chapter 558. Different in what way? D.A.M.N. Is this to let I, little lord, to review the troops? So many armored diamond bulls are here just to wait for me? Only seeing the scene before his eyes did Yi Yuan finally know why he did not run into demonic beasts along the way. All the demonic beasts were already gathered here, waiting in battle formation. In front of Yi Yuan, it was all herds of large black bulls as far as the eyes could see, stretching to infinity. These big black bulls were blazing with anger and seething with killing intent as if they had long been awaiting him. Of course, Yi Yuan was still currently unaware that what those people previously encountered were all blue sand beasts and not the armored diamond bulls. This armored diamond bulls belonged to the category of extremely formidable existences among Tier 3 demonic beasts. The skins of these large black bulls were COA.RSE. They had thick flesh. Ordinary attacks simply had no way of penetrating their defense. Under normal circumstances, even peak crystal formation realm human martial artists had no way of breaching middle stage Tier 3 armored diamond bulls' defense too. One could imagine just how freakish this demonic beast was. More importantly, this type of demonic beasts even had the bull species savageness. Its offensive power was extremely formidable. Ordinary martial artists, even if they got grazed, the outcome would be exceedingly wretched too. Of course, no matter how powerful the armored diamond bull was, it was merely just a Tier 3 demonic beast. To those at the Sea Transformation Realms and Soul Sea Realms, they were not worth mentioning at all. Yet, armored diamond bulls which blotted out the skies and covered the earth was an entirely different matter. If what those people previously encountered were armored diamond bulls, it would be pretty good to have 5 people managing to get past it. It was precisely because he knew these armored diamond bulls' prowess that Yi Yuan could not resist swearing and have a myriad of profanities running through his head. If he could use medicinal pills, Yi Yuan would not fear these savage bulls at all. But without the support of medicinal pills, the result was hard to say. This was a very spectacular image. On one side were massive black bull herds blotting out the skies and covering the earth. On the other was a frail youth. The visual impact of this image was incredibly intense. The two sides formed a strong contrast. Yi Yuan in front of this sea of armored diamond bulls was a feeble existence like a small rowboat, possible to capsize at any moment. However, killing these large raging bulls should be able to obtain considerable nameless essence energy, right? As he said, Yi Yuan took out the Xianying sword and accu mulat his power, waiting to make a move. Come on, large raging bulls! Yi Yuan gave a clear cry. A half-moon slash cleaved out domineeringly. Roar! Roaring sounds that reverberated throughout the skies emitted from these bulls' mouth, vibrating until Yi Yuan's eardrums hurt. At the same time Yi Yuan raised his sword, those armored diamond bulls moved too. They charged towards Yi Yuan without heed for anything. That imposing manner could really topple mountains and overturn the seas. Rumble! Half-moon slash stuck close to the ground and flew over towards the armored diamond bulls, cleaving a large gouge in the ground. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The places where the half-moon/pas said through, the armored diamond bulls were completely decimated and wiped out. Just one move and several hundred armored diamond bulls were killed. But sadly, several hundreds did not even count as a single hair from 9 oxen to such a massive bull herd. Yi Yuan was very unsatisfied at the effects of this attack. The defense of these large savage bulls was not ordinary at all. If they were to be other demonic beasts, this attack should be able to cut down up to 1,000. If he attacked like this, his essence energy expenditure would be much fiercer. Even though his present essence energy C already expanded to a circumference of 150 feet, the strength of the demonic beasts rose by a lot too. If he continued expending essence energy like this, he would not be able to take it either. COA. RSE skin and thick flesh. Indeed, not easy to deal with. Yi Yuan sighed with a vicissitude of emotion. The attacks of these large black bulls, Yi Yuan was not very concerned. He had comprehended the concept of wind flow. Under such circumstances, it was even easier to avoid those large black bulls' attacks. These large black bulls simply could not touch him. The problem was how much consumption could his essence energy take? Unless there were no other alternatives, Yi Yuan did not wish to employ the nameless essence energy. Expending the nameless essence energy in such a place was truly too regretful. He was not worried about these large black bulls' attacks now. But once his essence energy ran out, the attacks of these large black bulls would be terrifying. Yi Yuan slaughtered the armored diamond bulls non-stop while he was coming up with countermeasures. In the Inheritance S.P.A.C., those martial artists had blank look. Different from us? What does that mean? Could it be that Yi Yuan still hasn't been eliminated now, and he's still in the midst of clearing the rounds? No way, right? Already 6-7 days have passed, said here. He should be in the 3rd level right now. His clearing speed is so slow. He's not even equal to us. Very clearly, these people all knew that the mysterious person and Yin Yanhua were talking about the same person. It was Yi Yuan. However, the mysterious person's appraisal made these people all very displeased. If Yi Yuan entered ahead of them, then forget it. But it was very clear right now that Yi Yuan was inferior to them. Even if he was not eliminated, what could such slow clearing speed explain? In these people's thinking derived from experience, it was still whoever entered the next level faster, the better, and body would be foolish enough to stay behind to kill off all the demonic beasts in a level. Hearing the mysterious person's appraisal, Lu Hong frowned slightly too. Before coming to the vast heaven pag, he already planned properly. This time, he must shock everyone in one move, and to overpower the 3 sex head disciples. Now he accomplished it. Clearing the rounds twice consecutively, he was the first person to enter the next level, and the compet won. Tian at the back, he believed that he would not lose as well. But now, what did this mean? That punk called Yi Yuan was not here at all. Could it be that Yi Yuan was even more incredible than him? Lu Hong was a shockingly talented itinerant cultivator. After his sect was destroyed, he obtained a peak divine traversing realm expert's inheritance by chance. During the past years, he had been cultivating bitterly in closed seclusion all along and finally acquired a certain level of achievement. Coincidentally, the 3 sects opened up the vast heaven pag. This time, Lu Hong naturally had to come and give it a shot in order to advance further. His horizons were exceedingly high now and were long already not that small sect's disciple back then. Lu Hong's current goal was very clear. He wanted to ascend to the divine realm. Right at this time, the 3 sects opened up the vast heaven pag. This was simply a descent opportunity. Even the heaven wants me, Lu Hong, to soar to the skies with one leap. What reason do I, Lu Hong, have to refuse? This was Lu Hong's first reaction after getting this news. In Lu Hong's view, this vast heaven pag, was specifically opened up for him. Otherwise, why was it not opened up sooner or later? But it was opened to the public right at the critical juncture of him exiting seclusion. Troubled times create heroes. He was surely the hero created by this era. But what was the meaning of the words said by this mysterious person? Could it be that this Yi Yuan was actually even more special than him? Lu Hong had been in close seclusion all along. He was very uninformed about news and completely did not know just what kind of existence Yi Yuan was. In his eyes, the 3 sect's head disciples were the targets that he had to Serpa. Senior, I wonder how is he different from us? Even since entering the vast heaven pag. Lu Hong had been moving alone the entire time. But this time, he finally could not resist voicing out. Yet, when he opened his mouth, the Qin Yen trio all looked at him as if they were looking at an idiot. Chapter 559. Vast Heaven Steel. Chapter 559. Vast Heaven Steel different how? Too different. Only the Qin Yen trio, who had personally experienced Yi Yuan's terror, knew how monstrous Yi Yuan was. The other people, including all the Soul Sea realms present, only heard about Yi Yuan from other people's mouth. These people were all proud children of heaven, who would truly be convinced by a genius that they had only heard of before, let alone that this so-called genius was even so much slower than them to enter the inheritance SPAC. You all don't need to ask anymore. When the time comes, you'll naturally know. Now, prepare to receive the rewards. The mysterious person's hollow voice sounded out once more as if it was not interested in replying Lu Hong's question at all. Right at this time, several dozen streams of light shot down from the air, suspending in front of everybody. After a short while, the light faded away. All kinds of rewards suspended before their eyes quietly. The other people tossed Yi Yuan's problem to the back of their minds very quickly. No matter how monstrous Yi Yuan was, it had nothing to do with them in the slightest either. But these rewards were real. This is a Tier 5 cultivation method. It can cultivate all the way to peak divine traversing realm. This cultivation method is way stronger compared to our sect's main cultivation method. It can be used as the sect's supreme treasure. This is 3G ODS9 Cries pill. The effect is improving the meridians, increasing 10% cultivation speed. Really picked up a treasure. A medicinal pill with such effects is simply unheard of. Too heaven-defying. This is a profound artifact? Even though it's a low-grade profound artifact, the quality is exceedingly high. On these treasures, all of them had simple inscriptions, telling these martial artists the functions. The way these people saw it, these rewards were already very incredible. Just a cultivation method was already much stronger than their sex. These things were all very heaven-defying existences when brought outside. No wonder the final accomplishments of the people who walked out from here were all extraordinary. But these treasures clearly had the distinction of good and bad too. In comparison, cultivation methods were the best, medicinal pills were second, and finally weapons were the lousiest. Cultivation methods could be regarded as a legacy treasure. This martial artist taking it out could even establish a sect. Medicinal pills could aid cultivation, especially medicinal pills which improved the meridians. This was simply a heaven-defying treasure. As for weapons, it was merely just external objects. Even though it could improve strength in a short time, it was ultimately just an assistance. Martial artists' prowess ultimately relied on oneself. Of course, if one was so powerful, having a heaven-defying weapon was naturally something superfluous. Qin Yen, what's that of yours? Guotao asked. Martial technique. You? Mine is martial technique too. Moreover, it seems to be a martial technique custom-made for me. Guotauchuan said rather excitedly. For them, unless it was a heaven-defying CLA's cultivation method, otherwise they would not take fancy of it at all. But martial techniques were different. A powerful martial technique could even boost their combat power several times over. And the four of them, including Lu Hong, all obtained a martial technique. Even though Lu Hong overwhelmed Guotauchuan, the disparity was very small. Even though Lu Hong was formidable in terms of combat power, he might not be much stronger than Guotauchuan. As for the specifics, without going through a fight, there was simply no way to speculate. Bang! A gigantic stone steel descended from the sky and landed in the inheritance SPAC. The vast heaven steel. It's the vast heaven steel. It finally came out. Seeing that steel, a martial artist immediately cried out agitatedly. When Qin Yen Trio saw this steel, they were rather excited too. Alright. The time flow rate here is 1/15 of the outside world's. You all have 1 day's time to contemplate the vast heaven steel. How much you can comprehend will be up to your fortune. After 15 days, you all will automatically enter the 4th level. If you want to study the vast heaven steel again, you must clear the 6th level. You guys try your best. When the mysterious person finished talking, he did not make any more sound again. But the others were already not interested to bother with him. The time to contemplate on the vast heaven steel was too precious. Not a single second could be wasted. For a time, the inheritance SPAC was dead silent. They all started contemplating on the vast heaven steel. When the others were currently studying the vast heaven steel, Yi Yuan was currently in the heat of battle in the 3rd level. Azure Dipper floating 0 sword, myriad rains sword blades. Yi Yuan growled. 10,000 sword blades rushed towards the black bull herds like raindrops. Bang! 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 The power of the myriad rain sword blades was seriously too strong. This one move down was akin to the wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Waves of armored diamond bulls turned into flying ash. Yi Yuan's current essence energy was already 3 times bigger than before. But this move still expended close to 1/3 of his essence energy. This move was powerful. It just cost too much essence energy. 1/3 essence energy was even more than the total essence energy when he was fighting Daiyuhan. The power of this move could be seen at a glance. Those armored diamond bulls were hailed as impervious to swords and spears. But under this move of Yi Yuan, it was like paper. They were utterly unable to withstand it even in the slightest. The sword blades directly pierced through far into the distance before gradually vanished. Hi+ing. The power of condensed form of gathered essence was not what these Tier 3 demonic beasts could withstand. This sword SLAs. Hi+ing down, most probably tens of thousands of armored diamond bulls were instantly killed. But the problem was that these armored diamond bulls did not have their own consciousness at all. They totally did not know what was called being afraid. The place of those large black bulls killed were very quickly filled in by their companions that charged at Yi Yuan once more without fear of death. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and did not attack either. His figure moved, fluttering like a piece of paper. No matter how ferocious those raging bulls' attacks were, it could not touch the corners of his sleeves. Even though the armored diamond bull's natural endowments were extraordinary, in terms of dodging, how could they be mentioned in the same breath with the Yi Yuan who comprehended the true intent of wind flow? Yi Yuan shuttled back and forth within the bull herd like fish in water. At this time, Yi Yuan used the wind flow true intent in the concept of wind and the transmission true intent in the concept of fire at the same time, lowering the essence energy consumption to the minimum. At the same time, the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art within his body was revolved to the limits, recovering essence energy frenziedly. Just like this, Yi Yuan's essence energy was slowly recovering. Roughly the greater part of an hour later, Yi Yuan's expenditure previously was finally finished. Hi+ing. Hence, Yi Yuan wielded Xianying sword. Myriad rain sword blades was released once more. Bang, bang, bang. Waves of armored diamond bulls collapsed again. This was the method that Yi Yuan thought of in the end. Since medicinal pills were unable to be used, then he would absorb essence energy himself to recover. At this time, the powerful aspect of Yi Yuan's cultivation method was manifested. How could ordinary cultivation methods possibly replenish the expended essence energy in such a short time? Furthermore, at the same time that Yi Yuan was replenis plusing essence energy, he was still expending a portion of it to maintain his movement technique. The essence energy within this vast heaven pag was very plentiful. Yi Yuan absorbing it was accomplished with high proficiency. Just within a greater part of an hour and it would replenish completely. Just like this, every greater part of an hour said, Yi Yuan would fire out myriad rain sword blades once, killing large groups of armored diamond bulls. Chapter 560, Gold-Colored Name. Chapter 560, Gold-Colored Name. During these 3 days, Yi Yuan's nerves have been in an extremely tense state the entire time. He was maintaining non-stop operation of 2 kinds of true intense under-heart like still water heart realm, and he was also revolving the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art to the limit. This burden was not an ordinary kind of difficulty, it was more than just being difficult. If he did not have the support of heart like still water heart realm, he would have given up long ago. Seeing as the 3 days limit was about to reach, the armored diamond bulls in front of Yi Yuan were finally only left with the last batch. Bye-bye, big raging bulls. At this instant, Yi Yuan pushed the myriad rain sword blades to the limits, directly expending the greater half of his essence energy. Rumble. After a series of slaughtering, the entire 3rd level finally quietened down. Huff. These large raging bulls were really hard to tangle with. But my harvest this time was also not an ordinary kind of big. Apart from those nameless energies, Yi Yuan operated so many skills at such high intensity, the benefits gained were naturally not few either. Ignoring the 2 true intense, his comprehension became even deeper. What made Yi Yuan wildly ecstatic was still heart realm. He felt that his heart like still water realm was already approaching the bottleneck. Advancing a step further and it would be the heart-like monolith realm. Heart realm breakthroughs are extremely, extremely difficult. If without suitable opportunities, not breaking through for life is also a possibility. This bottleneck isn't that easy to cross. Yi Yuan said with an emotional sigh. One would become insatiably greedy upon tasting the benefit. Heart like still water realm had brought too many benefits and assistance to Yi Yuan. Hence, when he saw hopes to reach the heart like monolith realm now, he naturally very much hoped to be able to break through. However, even though heart like still water realm to heart like monolith looked to be a step away, many divine kings were not able to cross it. This step was way too difficult. Forget it, let nature take its course. This kind of thing can't be imposed on. When the opportunity arrives, one will naturally break through. To be able to cultivate heart like still water realm to this stage, it's already very lucky. Following the breakthrough in heart realm, Yi Yuan became more open-minded about such things too. Resting slightly for a short while, Yi Yuan headed for the entrance leading to the inheritance SPAC. Quickly look. Yi Yuan entered the inheritance SPAC too. Following the disappearance of Yi Yuan's name, somebody shouted. They were originally already not optimistic about Yi Yuan and did not think that Yi Yuan actually would reach this step by persisting alone. Unrivaled geniuses were unrivaled geniuses. Regardless of where, one should not look down on him. Otherwise, one's face would get slapped. Those people initially planning to watch the joke were secretly gloomy in their hearts too. Even though Yi Yuan's clearing speed was slow, he would always succeed in passing through at the last moment. This was clearly done intentionally by him. Want to enter, then enter. The other people already came out from the inheritance S.P.A.C. long ago and entered the 4th level. With Yi Yuan's strength, clearing the first 3 rounds isn't something impressive, right? Some people said scornfully. Ever since they knew that Yi Yuan did it deliberately, those people originally skeptical no longer doubted Yi Yuan's strength. What they were curious about was why Yi Yuan wanted to do this. When Ren Xingchuan saw this scene, the smile on his face could not be held back anymore. The corners of his mouth curled by a small arc. The City Lord Manor's people were already eliminated finished. Now there was only Yi Yuan alone. But Yi Yuan was the City Lord Manor's biggest chip. Ever since hearing Qi Hai's words, Ren Xingchuan already firmly believed that Yi Yuan was the vast heaven pag. Oh, their inheritance's biggest dark horse this time. No, how could Yi Yuan be a dark horse? He was originally that strongest one. You people praise that whatever Lu Hong to the skies. Give it another few days and watch Yi Yuan slap your faces one by one for you to see. Let you all see what was called a true genius. Ren Xingchuan was just beaming proudly to himself when all of a sudden somebody exclaimed, "Quickly look! Yi Yuan's name became golden color. What's going on here?" This cry immediately startled everyone. Name becoming golden. This was something that had never happened before. What in the world did Yi Yuan do for his name to actually become golden? The crowd looked towards Yi Yuan's name. Indeed, they discovered that Yi Yuan's name became gilded gold color. It was remarkably dazzling. Even if he was still in the inheritance S.P.A.C. right now and was in the last place, that light could not be concealed either. This unexpected change made everyone extremely shocked, especially the 3 sects' old ancestors. Their faces all showed immense shock. From the 3 sects being established until today, they had sent many genius disciples over to this vast heaven pag. Oda. But such a situation had never occurred before. Ning Yixian, Qin Hongtao, and Jing Xian, the 3 of them exchanged glances. Evidently, they did not know what was happening as well. Finally, the 3 people focused their gaze on Qi Hai. Qi Hai's seniority was even older than them. Furthermore, Qi Hai's understanding of the endless world was absolutely above the 3 of them. If even Qi Hai did not know what happened, then body knew. Qi Hai's expression turned into a never-before solemnness as he muttered, This can't be right? How is this possible? Old Hai, what in the world happened? What's going on with Yi Yuan's name?" Qin Hongtao asked anxiously. Everyone stared at Qi Hai, wanting to hear what kind of answer he would give. This sort of bizarre event, only Old Hai, this kind of accomplished master-level expert, knew what was happening. Qi Hai did not answer them, but he fell silent for a long time, seemingly digesting this matter. Only after some time did Qi Hai draw a deep breath and said slowly, "I didn't expect that the legend was actually true." The people at the sides were already beyond anxious. Could your elderly self not pause when talking? Would saying things till the end in one breath kill you? Qi Hai looked at everyone and said rather disbelieving still, "Legend has it that this vast heaven pag. The inheritance's rewards are given out according to the challenger's completion rate. The higher the completion rate, the greater the rewards obtained too." There's actually still such a saying? This vast heaven pag. Da's round clearings wasn't competing in who is the first to rush into the next level? All along we've been competing like this, said a 3 sects grand elder in surprise. Actually, it was not just him. Everybody present here all thought that way. Hence, seeing that Yi Yuan was always the last one to successfully clear the round each time, they had long been pessimistic about Yi Yuan. The reason why these people chased Lu Hong like so was precisely because he was the first one to rush into the next level each time. In normal understanding, Lu Hong was the number 1 person in this batch of people. Even the 3 sects' head disciples could not compare either. But hearing Chi Hai said so now, they discovered that it seemed to completely not be the case. Even Chi Hai said that it was a legend. Who knew if it was real or fake? Chi Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Actually, I thought that way all along as well. But I somehow feel that the clearing method we thought of is a very grave error now. Old Hai, can you clear it up? This was all pious, said down by our forefathers. How can it be wrong? Since this is wrong, then what kind of clearing method is correct?" Ning Yixian said perplexedly too. Chi Hai's expression froze, and he said solemnly, "The correct clearing method isn't competing in speed but competing in the number of demonic beasts killed." Chapter 561. Perfect Completion. Chapter 561. Perfect Completion. What? Old Hai, you aren't making a joke, right? Yeah. Old Hai, is there a mistake? The numbers of the demonic beasts in this vast heaven pag. Oh, Da's first 3 levels are extremely terrifying. How can a bunch of Sea Transformation Realm and Soul Sea Realm Juniors compete in killing demonic beasts inside? Medicinal pills can't be used to replenish essence energy inside the vast heaven pag. Oh, da. Even the 3 sects' head disciples will die from essence energy exhaustion from constantly killing inside the first level. Chi Hai's statement was seriously too subverting. It was completely exceeding everyone's understanding. Forget about the 3rd level, just in the 1st level, it was also impossible for these sect disciples to stay inside for a long time. If they had that capability, the 3 sects disciples would have long slaughtered the 1st level clean. How could they possibly wait until today? Heh, this old man just stated his view. Why is there a need for you all to approve? As for to believe it or not, it's naturally up to you all, Chi Hai said with a cold snicker. Actually, he himself spent a very long time to digest this news as well. He obviously did not hope to convince these people with a few sentences. The reason why legends were legends was that it was practically impossible to accomplish. Hence, once a legend became a reality, it was basically very hard to make ordinary people believe. Because within the scope of their understanding, it was simply impossible for something like this to happen. Old Hai, calm your anger. Old Hai's meaning is that. Actually, we got it wrong all along? Ning Yixian saw Chi Hai flare up and hurriedly voiced out to advise. Chi Hai nodded and said, "In truth, these things, I came to know of it, but naturally I don't believe it either. With our age, it's obviously impossible to enter the vast heaven pag. Oh, again to ascertain things for sure. But without a doubt, the average Sea Transformation Realm and Soul Sea Realm absolutely don't dare to make extra stopovers in the vast heaven pag. Oda. Once they fall into a tight encirclement, it would basically be the outcome of getting kicked out. The vast heaven pag. Oh. The inheritance's chance is extremely hard to come by. And body dares to make this sort of bet. And martial artists, who were able to be the first one to charge into the next level, were all the strongest one among them under normal circumstances. The number of demonic beasts killed was naturally the most as well. Hence, the reward they obtained was naturally the most generous. In the course of time, we fell into a misconception and think that the martial artist who enters the next level earlier would obtain more reward. Even though the others did not believe, they were also listening to Chi Hai's explanation very attentively. Chi Hai's analysis was very on point. It essentially restored the truth of history to its original state and had immense convincing power too. While these people present still did not dare believe it, subconsciously, they still felt that Chi Hai's analysis was not wrong. Ning Yixian's eyes showed deep pondering and he said, "So, it's actually like this. But what does this have to do with Yi Yuan's name turning golden?" Chi Hai drew a deep breath and said, "I heard the previous generation Realm Lord said before, legend has it that in this vast heaven pag, the inheritance, there is a kind of completion rate called perfect completion. Ning Yishen's pupils constricted slightly as he drew a cold breath and said, "Old Hai's meaning is that." The others had yet to react, but Ning Yishen's brain spun the fastest. He virtually knew at the first moment what the perfect completion Qi Hai was talking about was. Previously, Qi Hai kept saying that the clearing rewards was related to the completion rate. The so-called completion rate was the number of demonic beasts killed. Then, what perfect completion meant did not need to be verbalized any further to understand it. Qi Hai nodded his head and said, "That's right. If the legends are true, Yi Yuan he must have killed all the demonic beasts in the first 3 levels and obtained the perfect completion's reward. Hence, that's why his name would turn into gold color." What? Yi Yuan killed off all of the demonic beasts? Is this what a sea transformation realm can accomplish? The demonic beasts in each level are absolutely not beneath millions in number. Yi Yuan, a sea transformation realm martial artist, how can his essence energy possibly sustain until killing off all the demonic beasts? Yeah. Moreover, all of this have to be achieved within 3 days. Which is also to say that Yi Yuan must expend essence energy constantly every second. Under the circumstances where he had no medicinal pills to replenish, this is simply something impossible. Qi Hai's words made everyone all burst into a discussion. Not that they did not believe Qi Hai's words, but that his words were too outrageous. If Yi Yuan had Soul Sea Realm strength now, they would not feel that the so-called perfect completion was that impossible either. But Yi Yuan was only at the sea transformation realm currently. Especially the 3rd level. Those demonic beasts were only a major boundary lower than Yi Yuan. Numbers in the millions was an exceedingly terrifying force. How could Yi Yuan possibly finish alone? If they knew that what Yi Yuan killed was the extremely hard to tangle with, the armored diamond bulls, it was uncertain what thoughts they would have. In the inheritance SPAC, a light flashed. Yi Yuan was transported inside. "Young man, congratulations to you. You've become the first martial artist to achieve perfect completion in this 10,000 years, and will obtain tremendously generous clearing rewards." The mysterious person's voice sounded out right away. At this time, the others had already entered the 4th level. In this inheritance SPAC was just Yi Yuan alone. Perfect completion? Yi Yuan could not help being stupefied when he heard that. "That's right. You annihilated all of the demonic beasts in the first 3 levels. In the vast heaven pag. Oh, the inheritance, it's called perfect completion," explained the mysterious person. Yi Yuan was enlightened. He only finish all the demonic beasts because he wanted to collect the nameless energy. To think that a perfect completion actually came from stumbling about blindly. However, he was the first one in this 10,000 years? Speaking of this, the difficulty of this perfect completion was really not an ordinary kind of big. Especially the 3rd level. Those armored diamond bulls were simply powerful until it could be said to be perverse. Even when the spirit bristle divine king was young, he might not be able to clear it either. So that's how it is. May I ask, Senior, what the reward of perfect completion is? Cultivation methods and the likes of medicinal pills, forget it, Yi Yuan said. The mysterious person was clearly stunned by Yi Yuan's such insolent and wildly arrogant attitude. The other people clearing 3 rounds consecutively, which one of them did not overflow with gratitude when seeing these rewards? Yet, just this punk was actually still so picky. Young man, what high-sounding sentiments! Do you know what kind of heaven-defying items the cultivation methods and medicinal pills in this vast heaven pag? Oh, dar? The mysterious person's words carried a hint of anger. In fact, the mysterious person truly did not plan on giving Yi Yuan cultivation methods and medicinal pills, but Yi Yuan's attitude made him very displeased. However, Yi Yuan paid no attention to his displeasure. He said, "I know. But I'm really not lacking in cultivation methods and medicinal pills. Therefore, can it be exchanged for other things? If there seriously isn't, changing medicinal pills to some precious medicinal herbs works too. Is that so? If I insist on giving you cultivation methods and medicinal pills? Said the mysterious person, somewhat irately. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, if it's like this, Senior, better keep it for yourself. These two really don't have much effect on me. Yi Yuan could also guess with his eyes closed that even if he achieved perfect completion in the first 3 levels, the cultivation methods and medicinal pills obtained also could not possibly be very heaven-defying items. At least, it was not possible to be more powerful than his spirit bristle 9 yang divine art, and it was also impossible to surpass his alchemy skills. Since that was the case, why did he need to waste time? Chapter 562. 9 Characters True Word Formula. Chapter 562. 9 Characters True Word Formula. A long silence. Yi Yuan did not rush that mysterious person. He just waited quietly. All of a sudden, several beams of light descended from the sky. 3 talismans suspended in front of Yi Yuan quietly. This is your reward. 3 Void Escape Thunderous Explosion Talismans. Each Void Escape Thunderous Explosion Talisman is equivalent to a peak Divine Traversing Realm martial artist's all-out attack once. Additionally, there is still a martial technique. You open up your sea of consciousness now. The vast heaven pag. Oh, the will imprint it into your sea of consciousness. You can slowly comprehend it, said mysterious person after falling silent for a long time. Seeing those 3 Void Escape Thunderous Explosion Talismans, Yi Yuan's eyes could not help lighting up. This was good stuff. If used well, it could even kill a peak Divine Traversing Realm martial artist. Such a talisman was absolutely a heaven-defying CLA's treasure in the endless world. Yi Yuan's research into talismans was not much. But he also knew that this kind of one-time attack talisman was exceedingly valuable. It was equal to storing an extremely powerful martial technique. This was undoubtedly an additional major killing tool to the current Yi Yuan. As long as he did not battle against peak Divine Traversing Realm experts, he could practically do whatever he wanted in the endless world. Yi Yuan was not courteous either, off-handedly keeping the 3 talismans into the spatial spirit artifact. But what made Yi Yuan even more curious was still this martial technique. Regarding imprinting in the sea of consciousness, this sort of inheritance method, Yi Yuan was naturally not foreign. Any and all things said down through this sort of method, the power was all extremely formidable. Furthermore, they were incredibly abstruse and hard to understand. It was because this sort of martial technique could only be understood but not expressed in words. It was simply unable to be inscribed into jade slip. Now, you can begin receiving the inheritance. Once the mysterious person's voice faded, a stream of light shot out from the firmament and directly entered into Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. Yi Yuan naturally would not fully open up his sea of consciousness. Hi+L'd the golden characters and the black bead these things using mystic arts. One could not be without vigilance against others. Yi Yuan did not wish for his secrets to be pried by people. The light flashed, then faded. Yi Yuan instantly felt that inside his sea of consciousness had additional 9 words. Lin Bing Do Zhe Jie Lai Zhen Qian Xing. This is the 9 characters true word formula. Each word encompasses the maxim of the great Tao. You should study it well. This martial technique is not some earth-shaking great skills, but it can develop the potential in the human body to the extreme. It is far from what ordinary martial techniques can be equated to. The mysterious person seemed to be worried that Yi Yuan did not know about the goods. That was why he talked a whole bunch to explain it. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled. He was an alchemy emperor of his generation in his previous life. His understanding of heavenly Tao was exceedingly profound. How could he not tell that these 9 characters contained the maxim of the great Tao? With his horizons, he was actually unable to fully understand a single word. Just as the mysterious person said, this martial technique was not some earth-shaking great skill. But it was even more incredible than those things. Cultivating them to the peak, he would most probably have the capability of obliterating heaven and earth, even affirming one's Tao and becoming a deity. The item rewarded from this perfect clear was indeed incomparable from normal rewards. Yi Yuan knew that this 9 characters true word formula, even when placed in the divine realm, would probably stir up a bloody slaughter among martial artists too. Thank you very much for senior's present. Yi Yuan is endlessly grateful. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said gratefully to the void. Yet, the mysterious person ignored him. The vast heaven steel directly descended from the sky and landed in front of Yi Yuan. You cleared the first 3 levels perfectly. The time for comprehending the vast heaven steel is 3 times of others, which is also 45 days' time. Grasp it well. Sate the mysterious person coldly, and then no longer made a sound. Yi Yuan could not help smiling wryly. This mysterious person seemed to be throwing a little tantrum because of his contempt previously, and did not want to respond to him. But Yi Yuan did not think too much either. His attention was very quickly drawn by the vast heaven steel. The first impression that the vast heaven steel gave Yi Yuan was all-encompassing, as if this small stone tablet was the crystallization of myriad life on earth. Yi Yuan's understanding of the Tao was far from what those rookies could compare to. But even he could not discern this vast heaven steel's origin. This vast heaven inheritance is truly unbelievably mystical. Could it actually be an item left behind by a deity realm powerhouse? Disregarding this vast heaven steel, even the 9 characters true word formula and that nameless energy are top-notch inheritances when placed in the divine realm too. Yi Yuan was incomparably shocked in his heart. However, he had a feeling that within this vast heaven steel, the most powerful object was none other than this steel before his eyes. On it was teeming with the aura of the Tao. It was simply a heaven-defying treasure. Yi Yuan put away his thoughts very quickly and entered heart like still water heart realm, sinking his divine sense into the vast heaven steel. 45 days, time looked to be a lot, but to contemplate this steel, it's something in the course of a twinkle. Having such a precious opportunity, Yi Yuan did not wish to waste it. Bang! Instantaneously, Yi Yuan was seemingly placed within a boundless sea of fire. His entire person seemed to be about to combust. Yi Yuan was dragged into this space right as his consciousness came into contact with the vast heaven steel. This stretch of space, apart from flames, did not have anything. Didn't expect that what I will contemplate in is the concept of fire. It's just who knows how much can be comprehended from the visualization this time. Yi Yuan was also somewhat secretly looking forward to it. The concept of fire was actually the concept that Yi Yuan wanted to comprehend the most. In his previous life and this, he had a baffling affinity with fire. But yet, he used essence fire to an exceptionally profound realm but did not comprehend any kind of true intent involving fire. To think that this vast heaven steel was actually this mystical, knowing what he needed, directly bringing him to a flame world. It's just that these flames don't seem to be that powerful. How should I comprehend true intent? Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that the surrounding flames were not as powerful as imagined. It could not cause any harm to him at all. Under such circumstances, how should he comprehend concepts? No, wait. The temperature of these flames is slowly rising. If one doesn't pay attention, it won't be detected at all. Yi Yuan suddenly discovered the abnormality and became alert. The surrounding flames suddenly became violent. Tongues of flames wantonly extended, as if it was going to devour everything. In an instant, Yi Yuan was engulfed by countless flame tongues, burning him to ashes fully. Coming back to his senses again, Yi Yuan was actually standing there perfectly well again, as if the same as when he just came in. The neither warm nor violent flames were currently blazing, as if it was completely harmless to man and beast. But all of a sudden, the flames erupted abruptly, leaping up once more. Is this wanting to burn me to death countless times to let me experience the flames scorching true intent personally? Heh, indeed a fine method. This vast heaven steel is indeed mystical. Yi Yuan said with an emotional sigh. That taste of being burned to death, Yi Yuan felt like he had experienced it in person. If he did not wish to be burned to death, then he had to comprehend the scorching true intent as soon as possible to be able to be spared from the torture of being immolated. Fortunately, although it was the consciousness which entered into the S.P.A.C. inside the vast heaven steel, heart-like still water heart realm could still be used. Yi Yuan was not careless either, directly entering into the state of heart-like still water realm and started comprehending the concept of scorching flames. Chapter 563 Flame Movement Carnage. Chapter 563 Flame Movement Carnage. This is already Yi Yuan's third day inside this inheritance S.P.A.C., right? The reward of this perfect clear is truly incomparably bountiful. Yeah. The quintessence of this vast heaven pag. Is the vast heaven steel's comprehension. Yi Yuan obtained perfect clear. The time is actually 3 times of others. I really don't know what level Yi Yuan will reach after coming out from the vast heaven pag. The inheritance S.P.A.C's time flow rate is 15 times slower compared to the outside world, which is also to say that Yi Yuan has 45 days time to go and comprehend the vast heaven steel. With his talent, I really don't know to what degree he can comprehend to. Seeing that gilded name on the light projection, the audience all felt envious. To the vast majority of martial artists, the vast heaven pag. The inheritance only had the opportunity to comprehend the vast heaven steel once. It was because they simply could not make it past the 6th level. Which was also to say that how much could be comprehended after clearing the 3rd level would be up to the martial artist's own comprehension abilities. The time was only 15 days. Some people would be able to rely on this opportunity to soar to the heavens in one move, while others still remain lost in the SSES. But without any doubt, to be able to obtain the chance to contemplate the vast heaven steel, one would at least be a notable figure in a region. City Lord Rin, congratulations! Your grandson is actually able to achieve the perfect completion in the legends. His gains this time is bound to be unbelievably startling. Wu Fang City's position and body in the entire endless world can replace it. Ning Yixian went forward to congratulate. Not at all, not at all. This boy's temper is stubborn as Hell. This old man can't tame him at all. I only hope that he doesn't add more problems for me. Although Ren Xingchuan kept only grumbling in his words, the expression on his face betrayed him. Anyone also knew the delight in his heart right now. As it went, when one man attained the Tao, his fowls and dogs ascended to heaven too. It was roughly this meaning. At this point, body suspected Qi Hai's words anymore. The reward of this perfect completion was absolutely incomparably lavish. Plus otherwise, how could Yi Yuan possibly stop for 3 days' time in the inheritance S.P.A.C.? The momentum of Wu Fang City's rise was already unstoppable. In the future, it might even overpower the 3 sects. Therefore, starting from just now, there were many people going forward to congratulate, to express goodwill to Ren Xingchuan, so as to establish a relations Hi+P with Wu Fang City. But toward this situation, the 3 sects' old ancestors did not seem to have any displeasure. In truth, when they knew that Yi Yuan was Ren Xingchuan's grandson, The three sects knew that Wu-Fang City was likely about to become the endless world's most special existence already. It was just that they did not expect that this day would actually arrive so quickly. If there weren't the fierce Gale World's invasion, these three sects would surely think of ways to suppress Yiyuan and not let Wu-Fang City rise up. But being forced by the current situation, internal strife would only let the endless world fall apart to pieces. The three sects' old ancestors naturally did not dare to make a move without careful consideration. They were even the same as other people, going to build a connection with Renxingchuan as well. In truth, everyone had a score in their hearts. If the endless world were able to beat back the fierce Gale World by luck this time, the northern domain's topographical arrangements would undergo titanic changes too. Within the vast heaven steel's consciousness SPAC, Yiyuan was already the embodiment of a flame person at this time. Over 30 days had already said from the very first time being burnt to death. And in these 30-plus days, he already died several hundred times. From the earlier survival of just at most few breaths of time, now he could already persevere for an entire day. The surrounding flame temperature was unbelievably high. If one did not know the scorching true intent, one would simply not be able to make it through very long. And the scorching true intent was also an extremely profound and powerful true intent. It was even harder to comprehend than Yiyuan's own falling flower floating zero sword intent. For ordinary martial artists, even for martial artists that cultivated fire attribute cultivation methods, wanting to comprehend the scorching true intent was exceedingly difficult too. And the supreme true intent that evolved from the scorching true intent was even more absurdly daunting. This supreme true intent was also one of the Spirit Bristle Divine King's greatest reliance to roam the divine realm unhindered. It could be seen how hard this true intent was to comprehend. If Yiyuan could comprehend the scorching supreme true intent, its power would be much more daunting compared to the Azure Dipper floating zero sword. This was also one of the reasons why Yiyuan was so interested in the scorching true intent. Another reason was naturally that he liked to play with fire inherently. As an alchemist, he naturally sowed inseparable destiny with fire. But an alchemist's fire control and comprehending true intent were two entirely different concepts. Controlling fire was the manipulation of essence fire. As long as one had the corresponding seals, it would do. But comprehending true intent required understanding the original source of flames. What one comprehended was the great Tao maxim of the fire element. Although fire control was also an extremely profound study to alchemists, compared to comprehending concepts, the degree of difficulty was still a little lower. If not like so, Yiyuan would also not possibly have not comprehended scorching true intent until now. But within this vast heaven steel's consciousness SPAC, Yiyuan finally found the turning point for comprehension. Experiencing over 30 days of tempering, Yiyuan finally fumbled out some knack to it. Looks like this fire control and the true intent of fire are completely two extremes. The art of fire control is to produce a resonance with the essence energy within the body and essence fire, and from there, drive the essence energy for one's own use. While the true intent of fire is to convert essence energy into the most fundamental form of fire to immolate the opponent with an exceptionally terrifying temperature. No wonder I couldn't find the entrance threshold of the scorching true intent all this while. Looks like it was alchemist this occupation which misdirected me. If not for contemplating the vast heaven steel this time, I'm afraid that I would still have to wander around inside this mistaken area for a long time. But looking at it now, 45 days should be enough, Yiyuan said with a vicissitude of emotion. Yiyuan being burnt to death so many times was naturally also not dying for naught. Gradually, he touched upon some scorching true intense tricks as well and started to maneuver the essence energy within the body to simulate the concept of scorching heat. Arg! Yi Yuan gave a miserable cry and was burnt to death by the flames once more. Very quickly, he obtained new life again and endured the broiling of this limitless flames once more. For so many days, Yi Yuan's path of comprehension was not that simple. He went through a torment that the average person could not imagine. Even though this immolation would not really cause death, that kind of anguish made people go insane. This method of comprehension was for the sake of letting the martial artist clearly sense the scorching true intent with every inch of their flesh and skin. That kind of torment was even harder to bear. Furthermore, this kind of agony became clearer along with the true intent Yi Yuan comprehended becoming increasingly profound. Because in pace with the survival time extending, this agony was magnified limitlessly. If it were a normal person, they would long have been unable to bear it. They would withdraw out of this consciousness space themselves. Yet, Yi Yuan did not ease up for even a moment, repeating this process of revival after death, and dying again after living, for hundreds of times. On the 45th day, Yi Yuan, who had been standing still freely allowing the flames to burn, finally had some movement. It was only to see him tightly clenching both fists, bending his body slightly, then abruptly blasting both fists out, akin to a flood dragon heading out to sea. Flame movement carnage. Yi Yuan gave a light cry. All of a sudden, the entire consciousness space trembled. The flames which originally filled the entire consciousness space actually scattered and disappeared into nothingness under Yi Yuan's one punch. Chapter 564. Illusionary Spirits Killing Array. Chapter 564. Illusionary Spirits Killing Array. Inside the inheritance space, the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly. His consciousness had already withdrawn out of the vast heaven's steel. It could be discerned from Yi Yuan's expression that he was still pretty satisfied with the power of that one punch earlier. My sword moves are mostly long-distance attack. Close combat has always been the weakest link. But with the flame movement carnage, my close combat abilities now are rather impressive as well. This vast heaven's steel is indeed mystical. To actually be able to let people comprehend true intent with this kind of method. Truly remarkable. Yi Yuan muttered to himself. Yi Yuan comprehended the scorching true intent and created this flame movement carnage move in these 45 days. This was what he completely did not expect before this. Yi Yuan had close ties with the spirit bristle divine king in his previous life and had a clear understanding of both the scorching true intent's comprehension difficulty and power. Therefore, prior to this, Yi Yuan actually did not have confidence in comprehending true intent at all. It was just that he did not expect that this consciousness space was very mystical to actually be able to let people comprehend concepts through such a method of experiencing true intent personally. This flame movement carnage was a martial technique that Yi Yuan created himself. He formed his own style. In terms of power, this move, apart from myriad rain sword blades, was already not weaker than his other martial techniques. Listening to it did not seem to be anything impressive, but one had to know that this move was still a move released with the scorching true intent. Once Yi Yuan made further progress and comprehended the scorching supreme true intent, how terrifying would the power of his moves be? Although this move was not as outrageous as the windfire violent blaze transforming dragon, the power could not be underestimated either. More importantly, this move compensated for Yi Yuan's close combat weak point, making his combat abilities even more comprehensive. Flame movement carnage. This move was executed by converting the essence energy into scorching true intent and storing it in the fist. Once it landed on the other party, it could pour in the extremely scorching energy into the other party's body, causing tremendous damage from there. With Yi Yuan's bizarre and agile movement technique, coupling it with the flame movement carnage was absolutely formidable to the extreme. Furthermore, the area of effect of this move is extremely small, so the essence energy expended was very little. Yi Yuan's control over essence energy was extremely precise in the first place. Using this move could entirely be sustained for a very long time. If he had comprehended this move before this, the first 3 levels would not need to be so taxing at all. It's time to go to the 4th level. 3 days was almost already up. Yi Yuan had comprehended the scorching true intent too. He obviously would not stay here on top of that. All of a sudden, the inheritance S.P.A.C. trembled abruptly. A vortex suddenly appeared behind Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was sucked into the vortex without the slightest precaution. This brat, to actually dare look down on this venerated self. Serves you right to suffer some hards. H.I.+P. At this time, within a nameless S.P.A.C., a faint black shadow said with a cold snort. Hearing the voice, who could it be but that mysterious person? Looks like he was still very displeased with Yi Yuan's haughty attitude. However, this boy actually comprehended the scorching true intent within such a short time. Truly staggering talent. His talent is not at all inferior to Master's, muttered the mysterious person to himself again. The mysterious person also did not expect that Yi Yuan actually directly visualized out the scorching true intent. In the beginning, he still felt that Yi Yuan was reaching too far beyond his grasp. After all, this scorching true intent was famed for being hard to comprehend. Even for some normal true intent, comprehending them requires more than 10 years as well. And this standard was still applicable to Qin Yan, Guotaochuan, their level of geniuses. To ordinary martial artists, they would not be able to comprehend even an extremely simple true intent for all their lives. To ordinary people, true intent was a height that they would be unable to reach for all their lives. The scorching true intent was an extremely high-end existence among true intent. Even if one's talent was startling, comprehension time was also calculated in units of decade. Unless one's talent was heaven-defying until the mysterious person's master's height, otherwise, it was absolutely reaching beyond one's grasp. Even though the mysterious person was very pleased with Yi Yuan's performance in the first 3 rounds, he was still not optimistic about Yi Yuan being able to fully comprehend the scorching true intent within a short 45 days. Yet Yi Yuan's performance made him wide-eyed and dumbfounded with shock. Right at the beginning, Yi Yuan was burnt to death by the flames very quickly. The mysterious person was still secretly taking delight in his misfortune by the side. But a few days later, he could not laugh anymore. Yi Yuan's improvement speed was too rapid. From several breaths to several dozen breaths, then to 15 minutes, an hour, 2 hours. Yi Yuan's improvement speed practically climbed vertically. Over a dozen days later, the mysterious person was long already staring woodenly with his jaw slack. At the rate of this improvement speed, maybe Yi Yuan could really comprehend the scorching true intent within 45 days. When Yi Yuan's flame movement carnage was executed, the mysterious person almost jumped up. Yi Yuan really did it. He completely comprehended the scorching true intent. Within 45 days, from being instantly killed to fully comprehending the scorching true intent, just how heaven-defying a talent did this require? How could there be such a freak in this world? This brat is really interesting. I increased a bit of difficulty for him previously in the 3rd level. To think that he still finished perfectly. Now, he even fully comprehended the scorching true intent during the first reward. Truly remarkable. Looks like he really cares not for cultivation methods and medicinal pills. This brat's soul force isn't weak. Could he be an alchemist still? If that's true, then this boy will really be heaven-defying. This venerable has guarded here for countless years. Finally, I encountered an interesting youth. In these countless years, this is still the first time that I'm so looking forward to a youth, said the mysterious person to himself. Ouch! Yi Yuan gave a miserable cry, landing heavily onto the ground. This fellow is actually so petty. I merely just didn't want his cultivation methods and medicinal pills, and he actually restrained my essence energy, directly throwing me into the 4th level. Yi Yuan rubbed his buttocks and stood up. Right away, Yi Yuan guessed that it was the mysterious person playing tricks. But this fall was really heavy. Even with Yi Yuan's physique, he cried out in pain too. However, after entering the 4th level, Yi Yuan's essence energy was already recovered. Slightly circulating essence energy a bit, the pain instantly disappeared. And the 5th level's entrance is actually right there? What the hell is with this 4th level? Why isn't there anything at all? Could it be that mysterious person saw that this young master is incomparably talented, and that the 4th level couldn't stump me, so he directly guaranteed me to enter the 5th level? Yi Yuan guessed very keenly. This 4th level was greatly different from the first 3 levels. It could be seen through at a glance. The 5th level's entrance was not far ahead. Yi Yuan could go over with a few leaps. Furthermore, this 4th level's layout was different from before. It seemed to be an illusionary SPAC. The surrounding was void of anything. Who cares? Head over first before talking. As he said, Yi Yuan opened up his footsteps and directly walked over towards the 5th level's entrance. Yet, he had just walked for not very far when all of a sudden, several dozen phantoms descended from the sky, encircling Yi Yuan in the center. Illusionary spirits killing array, activate now, said one of the phantoms faintly. Chapter 565. Cracking the Formation with Might. Chapter 565. Cracking the formation with might. Seeing those phantoms, Yi Yuan could not help turning solemn. Illusionary spirit bodies. That middle-aged man at the helm was stunned hearing that as well and said rather surprisedly, "Young man, you actually know about the illusionary spirit body. Indeed, you have some knowledge and experience. No wonder you could perfectly clear the first 3 levels. The so-called illusionary spirit body was created by refining the divine soul spiritual body with an extremely special method into a virtually undying, imperishable state. This sort of illusionary spirit body was exceedingly hard to tangle with, because they were very difficult to kill. Even when blasting them into dregs, they could still restore their original appearance very quickly. Unless the martial artist's realm was much higher than the illusionary spirit bodies and used a mighty arcane ability to utterly annihilate them, that was how one could kill them. Yi Yuan had very in-depth research into the divine soul before and saw through at one glance that these people were illusionary spirit bodies. Senior, you actually have your own consciousness." Hearing this middle-aged man actually speak to him, Yi Yuan was stunned as well. As far as he knew, illusionary spirit bodies generally had their consciousness wiped by others, becoming an unfeeling killing machine. Yet, these people in front of him had intelligent eyes. Clearly, they had their own consciousness. This unwittingly made Yi Yuan greatly surprised. "Looks like you know quite a bit. Relax, we were refined to become illusionary spirit bodies out of our own accords and at the same time preserving our own consciousness," said the middle-aged man. Willingly. Yi Yuan could not help being amazed. The process of refining an illusionary spirit body was exceedingly tortuous. Even for the divine soul spirit body, that anguish could also overwhelm people until they wished for death. Moreover, to refine an illusionary spirit body, one must kill the other party in front of them, and extract the soul to undergo refinement. The method was exceptionally cruel. It was precisely because of so that this sort of method was classified as a forbidden art in the divine realm. Once it was discovered that somebody refined an illusionary spirit body, they would be rallied upon and attacked together. These illusionary spirit bodies before his eyes were all actually refined out of their own free will. This truly gave Yi Yuan a surprise. "That's right. We received the vast heaven pag. Oh, Da's owner's great grace while we were still living. But because of an accident all of us fell. The vast heaven pag. Oh, Da's owner made it at the last moment and killed the adversary. That's how we were spared from the outcome of our souls dissipating. The middle-aged man seemed to be very spirited and actually chatted with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan only came to a realization after hearing it, but he said doubtfully again, with the vast heaven pag. Oh, the owner's means, even if he couldn't revive you guys, finding a couple of bodies to let you all take possession to revive should still be achievable, right? The middle-aged man laughed and said, Certainly. It's just that we weren't willing, that's all. Back then, the vast heaven pag. Oh, Da's owner gave us two options. One was to let us take possession and revive. The other was to become this vast heaven pag. Oh, Da's guardian spirits. The few of us discussed it and finally still decided to become the guardian spirits. Yi Yuan nodded slightly. Since these people were willing, then he was naturally disinclined to poke a finger into other people's affairs as well. Senior, just what kind of person is this vast heaven pag? Oh, Da's owner? Yi Yuan could not hold back the puzzlement in his heart, and he inquired. I can't talk about this. If you have an affinity with this vast heaven pag. Oh, you'll naturally know in the future, said the middle-aged man. Looking at the middle-aged man's appearance, Yi Yuan knew that he could not inquire anything either. He clasped his hands and said, Make a move then, senior. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Yuan and said smilingly, Even though I find you, this brat, rather pleasing to the eye, we won't pull our punches. Senior, just feel free to take action will do. Yi Yuan did not care a whit. These illusionary spirit bodies before his eyes were clearly not just sea transformation realm strength, but they suppressed their realms at the middle stage sea transformation without exception, matching theirs with Yi Yuan's realm. The power of the array was released, and Yi Yuan sensed a pressure blotting out the heaven and earth approaching. With Yi Yuan's knowledge and experience, he could naturally discern that these illusionary spirit bodies formed a set of array formation. Furthermore, this set of array formation, Yi Yuan actually had not seen before. But using his BUTT to think, even he could also figure out that the power of this array formation was bound to be extraordinary. Young man, take this. A cold light flashed. Countless streaks of sword light sailed towards Yi Yuan. With this attack, Yi Yuan knew that the difficulty of this round rose more than just a tiny bit compared to the first three levels. Even though it was much lesser in numbers, in terms of quality, it was more than a level stronger. Although the first three levels were challenging, that was only in terms of demonic beasts' numbers. On a small scale, it simply had no way of stopping Lu Hong and Qin Yen, these people. But wanting to charge out of the formation in this fourth round, without some capabilities, one probably could not pass it. However, Yi Yuan's current goal was not just to make it through, but it was to thoroughly crack the array formation, even going as far as to kill all of these illusionary spirit bodies. Having tasted the benefits of perfect clear, Yi Yuan was naturally unresigned to just simply succeed in clearing the round. The fourth, fifth, and sixth level, these three levels, he wanted to perfectly clear them too. The allure of the vast heaven steel was seriously too great. Just comprehended the flame movement carnage. Perfect for trying it this time. Yi Yuan chuckled lightly, his figure instantly becoming strange. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Yuan unleashed 3 punches in succession, directly scattering aside all of the sword shadows. Scorching true intent. Fine lad. The middle-aged man's shock was by no means small. This array formation of theirs killing middle-stage sea transformations was no different from pinching an ant to death. But now, it actually could not form an effective attack in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan just relied on the flame movement carnage, and actually utterly suppressed all of them. This involuntarily made the middle-aged man feel very aggrieved. This fourth level's mission was to make them suppress their boundaries to the same level as the challenger. They were simply unable to unleash the strength that they should have. Initially, with their martial path cultivation and coupled with this set of array formation, suppressing opponents at the same realm was simply like playing around. But he never could have expected that Yi Yuan's true combat strength far surpassed his own realm. Moreover, flame movement carnage, this move was extremely powerful. It was simply unrivaled in front of those at the same realm. If not for their martial path experience being very abundant, that strike just now would already have let Yi Yuan directly crack the array formation. With the middle-aged man's visual prowess, he could obviously tell that with their present strength, they were simply incapable of stopping Yi Yuan from entering the next level. Right at this time, a voice sounded by the middle-aged man's ear. Kuai Liang raised the threshold to the late-stage C transformation. Kuai Liang's eyes lit up, and his face could not help showing an amused look. This voice came from none other than precisely that mysterious person. Okay. Very clearly, the others received the same order too. In an instant, these people's auras skyrocketed, instantly breaking through the middle stage C transformation and rising to the late stage C transformation. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he could not refrain from saying disdainfully, "Senior, can you all still be like this when guarding the pass? Isn't it too shameless?" Kuai Liang chortled with laughter and said, "Young man, we can't be blamed for this. Want to blame for yourself for being too monstrous. Come on." Yi Yuan grinned and said with a laugh, "Senior is thinking too much. Do you think that by advancing to late-stage C transformation, you can stop me from cracking the formation? Are you ready? I'm coming." Kuai Liang's smile froze abruptly on his face. "Quick! Combine attacks and kill this boy." This blow of Yi Yuan's carried tremendous power. The might of one punch actually made even him feel somewhat of a shudder. Bang! Just one punch shattered the grand array which Kuai Liang presided over into smithereens. Chapter 566. Fifth Level. Chapter 566. Fifth Level. The might of that fist was dreadfully powerful. In the past, when Yi Yuan encountered array formations, he would think of cracking them first. But this time, he did not. In order to test out the power of the flame movement carnage, he threw a punch over crudely just like this. This punch collided head-on with Kuai Liang without the slightest bit of gaudiness. The result was Yi Yuan's complete victory. One had to know that behind Kuai Liang there was the support of an array formation. What Yi Yuan faced was not him alone, but it was the entire array formation. Yet, this punch directly blasted everyone flying. "Apologies for offending, Senior. This Yi wants to clear the round perfectly and have no choice but to kill you all." As he said, Yi Yuan's figure moved, and a punch rumbled towards Kuai Liang once more. "Fine lad. I'll wait for you at the next level." At this time, the grand array was simply unable to finish forming. The late-stage C transformation Kuai Liang, when facing Yi Yuan, only had the chance to close his eyes and await death. "Okay. Let's meet at the fifth level," Yi Yuan said verbally, but his attack was not careless at all, directly blasting Kuai Liang into residue with a punch. Regarding the other people, Yi Yuan followed suit as well, disposing them one by one. Without the combined power of the array formation, these late-stage C transformation illusionary spirits simply could not cause any threat to Yi Yuan. After these illusionary spirits were killed by Yi Yuan, they did not appear again. They vanished. Since Kuai Liang said to meet again in the next level, it naturally showed that the next level was even harder and that he would not appear again. Yi Yuan did not hesitate either and directly entered the fifth level from the passageway. "Quickly look." Yi Yuan entered the fifth level. "Why is it so quick?" Hiss. He spent 3 days in all the first 3 levels before making it through. But in this fourth level, he actually didn't even use 15 minutes? Isn't this too exaggerated? Right now in the fifth level, there's only Lu Hong, the 4 of them. They stayed in the fourth level for quite a few days. Yi Yuan he actually said through instantly. Yi Yuan's name only stopped in the 4th level for a very short time before directly showing up in the 5th level. This gave everyone a huge shock. About Yi Yuan being able to clear the 4th level, these people already did not have objections long ago. But Body could have expected that Yi Yuan's clearing speed would actually be so swift. What's this boy playing at again? Ren Xingchuan said somewhat perplexedly. Hohu, if my conjectures are right, Yi Yuan might have reaped considerable gains in the inheritance S.P. A.C., and his strength had a very great improvement. Hence, his clearing speed is this quick, Chi-Hai said. I think so too. But doesn't this boy want to clear the round perfectly anymore? Ren Xingchuan said. How can perfect completion be that easy? After the 4th level, the difficulty will get increasingly greater. Wanting to clear the round perfectly is practically impossible. Looking from Yi Yuan's performance previously, him clearing perfectly in the first 3 levels was probably very strenuous as well. Or else he would not have said through right on the time limit each time either. Now, he definitely knows that he's incapable of clearing perfectly. Hence, that's why he would choose to charge through directly, Chi-Hai said. Ren Xingchuan nodded his head and rather approved of this notion as well. It was true that Yi Yuan was impressive, but to let him perfectly cleared another 3 rounds again, that was virtually something impossible. This 4th round already had close to 100 years since someone said it. The level of difficulty could be imagined. Even if Yi Yuan's strength stood head and shoulders above others, if he wanted to clear the rounds perfectly again like before, the likelihood was not big. And truthfully, wanting to clear Kuai Liang this round was not something that easy. If Yi Yuan did not glean tremendous harvests in the first 3 levels and in the inheritance S.P.A.C., it was also impossible for him to want to pass through this round so effortlessly. Perhaps he would have to employ the myriad rain sword blades. But with Yi Yuan's present control over the myriad rain sword blades, unless he made use of the nameless essence energy, otherwise, Kuai Liang would not give him the time to execute the skill. In the 5th level, light flashed at the entrance area. Yi Yuan's silhouette appeared. Not far away, 3 people were currently looking at the Lu Hong within the array formation with ghostly pale expressions. Within the array formation, Lu Hong was teetering on his feet. How was there still any hint of the demeanor of an expert? He's about to die. Yi Yuan judged the outcome indifferently. Qin Yen trio watched too nervously, so they did not notice Yi Yuan's appearance at all. With Yi Yuan talking, the 3 of them were startled awake abruptly. Turning around to look, Guotaochuan said in astonishment, Yi Yuan, you actually really made it here. The 3 of them were still unaware of the matter of Yi Yuan clearing the rounds perfectly. Although they heard the mysterious person said that Yi Yuan was different from them, but specifically in what way, they did not know. Seeing Yi Yuan at this time, Guotaochuan blurted it out right away. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, You guys all made it over. Can't I make it through? Guotaochuan was stunned, then he said with a forced smile, Makes sense. It's just, why were you so slow? With your strength, you should have entered even earlier than us. Yi Yuan just smiled and did not answer, but looked at Lu Hong and said rather surprisedly, Who is this person? To actually be able to make it here with you all? Qin Yen said with a disdainful look, He's called Lu Hong. A very KY fellow. He kept on posturing in front of us and actually even wanted to clear the 5th level. You look. He can't hold on anymore, right? Even though Qin Yen was very displeased with this Lu Hong, his strength was not the ordinary kind of strong. During the 4th level, Lu Hong finally revealed his true strength, and he was again the first one to charge into the 5th level. And Lu Hong's battle finally made Qin Yen trio realize that this boy's strength was indeed above theirs. Now, Lu Hong had already fought for a day and night inside this array formation. To be able to persevere in the 5th level until now, it could be seen that this Lu Hong's strength was rather uncommon. N? How many days has it just been? You're actually already 4th level C transformation, almost 5th level C transformation? Qin Yen said in amazement. Although just a few days had said in reality, Yi Yuan already stayed for 45 days inside the inheritance SPAC. Experiencing this period of ACCU mulation, Yi Yuan was only a step away from the 5th level C transformation. I had some gains in the first few levels, that's how I was lucky to break through. That Lu Hong almost can't hold on anymore. At most 5 moves he's dead for sure, Yi Yuan said indifferently. The 3 people being led by Yi Yuan like this, unconsciously looked towards Lu Hong. Once 5 moves said, Lu Hong was indeed stabbed by a sword with a moment of carelessness. Following that, he was very quickly killed by a flurry of swords. Afterward, Lu Hong's body disappeared just like this and was transported out of the vast heaven pag. Oh duh. Alright. You guys came first. I won't SNATCH with you guys. You all discuss for a bit who goes first then, Yi Yuan said faintly. Qin Yen and Guo Taochuan exchanged glances, both having some fear. These people were too strong. They made no pretense to be stronger than Lu Hong and simply could not make it through at all. Including Yin Yanhua, they all did not move after hearing Yi Yuan's words. Yi Yuan gave them a glance and said smilingly, "Since you all are declining so modestly, then I won't be courteous." Finished talking, Yi Yuan leaped and directly stepped into the array formation. Chapter 567. Really different. Chapter 567. Really different. Lu Hong was transported out just like this, but he did not feel dejected at all. During the vast heaven pag. The trip this time, he felt that he perfectly accomplished the objectives he targeted and would definitely make the 3 sects gave him a sidelong glance. He would surely receive the 3 sects' attention this time and become an immensely popular figure. Yet, when he arrived at the vast heaven pag, Da's main entrance, he discovered that there was not a single person paying attention to him. Everyone was staring at the light screen, as if they could make out what was happening inside from those scanty few remaining names on it. Weird. I already came out. What are they still looking at? No matter how impressive those 3 sects' head disciples are, they can't possibly last longer than me in the 5th level either. Lu Hong thought perplexedly to himself. Lu Hong was very curious. Him being transported out, everyone should already be aware of it. But why was there not a single person paying attention to him? According to what he had in mind previously, he should already be encircled by the various major sects now, and he would be warmly invited to join the Endless Alliance by Ning Yixian they all. But everything happening before his eyes was too different from what he predicted previously. Not a single person seemed to pay attention to his appearance. Everyone's attention was still on the vast heaven pag. The inheritance. As for what the mysterious person said before, Yi Yuan being different from them these words, Lu Hong had flung it to the back of his mind long ago. He did not feel that there was anybody who could obtain even more dazzling results than him in the vast heaven pag. The inheritance this time. His, Lu Hong's, opponents were only the 3 sects' head disciples. But what kind of situation was this right now? Unable to hold back the puzzlement in his heart, Lu Hong grabbed an itinerant cultivator disciple who was kicked out by the vast heaven pag. Long ago. This vast heaven pag. The inheritance is also about to end soon, right? What are they still looking at? Lu Hong inquired. That person turned back to take a look. Seeing that it was Lu Hong, he was a little agitated. The vast heaven pag. The inheritance this time, Lu Hong had indeed achieved very dazzling results. And his itinerant cultivator Iden. 1. Tai also made him be idolized by many itinerant cultivators. Turns out it's senior apprentice brother Lu. You're already out. Senior apprentice brother Lu shocked everyone with one move. Truly the role model of my generation's itinerant cultivators. being B-U-T. Teared up by this person, Lu Hong instantly found a sense of existence. Holding back the wild elation in his heart, he feigned indifference and said, "Not at all, not at all. We all came from itinerant cultivators' background and should naturally advance and withdraw together." That person had a pleasantly surprised look when he heard. Even though he was selected to enter this vast heaven pag. Oh, the inheritance too, compared to Lu Hong, it was undoubtedly one in the heaven, the other on the ground. To be able to establish such a relations, Hi plus P, it was very useful to him in the future as well. After all, everybody was about to all join the Endless Alliance. With Lu Hong's strength, he was bound to be able to receive an important post. Senior apprentice Brother Lu is indeed modest, with the demeanor of a major sect's disciple. After the vast heaven pag. Oh, the inheritance this time, Senior apprentice Brother Lu is most likely the younger generation's number 2 person already. Truly remarkable. That itinerant cultivator sighed with admiration. These words of his were originally flattery, but to Lu Hong it sounded very grating on the ears. He was clearly the number 1 person, all right? Why was he the number 2 person? Could it be that, among those 3 people, there was still somebody who could break through the 5th level? Oh right, why is everybody still staring at the vast heaven pag? Oh duh? If barring no accidents, the inheritance this time should be ending latest by tomorrow, right? Everybody should be preparing to leave, said Lu Hong, pressed down the unhappiness within. Ending? It's still early, right? You look at that light screen. On it has a scalding gold name. That person is incredible. Those old ancestors all don't dare to blink their eyes right now, fearful of missing this historical moment. The person clicked his tongue in admiration. Lu Hong followed the direction he pointed at and looked over. Indeed, he saw that there was a gilded name in the 5th level. It was precisely Yi Yuan. This astonishment was not small. Apart from himself and the 3 sect's head disciples, there was actually still somebody who made it into the 5th level? How was this possible? He was trapped inside the illusionary spirit's killing array previously and did not notice that Yi Yuan had already entered the 5th level at all. What special meaning does this gilded name have? Lu Hong frowned and asked. It naturally has special meaning. That gilded name represents perfectly completing the first 3 levels. Oh, perfect completion means killing all of the demonic beasts in the first 3 levels. That person was scared that Lu Hong did not know what perfect completion meant and even specially explained it to him. What? Killing all of them? How is that possible? Lu Hong almost leaped up. This shout of his immediately attracted many gazes to look at him. Yet, not a single one of those old ancestors turned around, their gazes still staring fixedly at the light screen. The itinerant cultivator saw Lu Hong's eye. LL's pop out and could not help saying with a smile, actually, when I heard those old ancestors say this, my reaction was the same as senior apprentice Brother Lu's. But looking at it now, that Yi Yuan should have really done it, because the time he stayed in the inheritance S.P.A.C. was 3 times compared to you guys. Lu Hong drew a cold breath. This news was seriously too staggering to him. All of a sudden, he recalled the words said by that mysterious person inside the inheritance S.P.A.C. and could not help quivering. He's different from you guys. Turns out that he was really different. Lu Hong did not know where this Yi Yuan popped out from, to actually crush him until he had not a single patch of skin unscathed. His gaze was also glued tightly on that gilded name on the light screen and was speechless for a long time. Hey, do you guys think that Yi Yuan can pass us through this round or not? Guo asked the other 2. Yin Yanhua said icily, I've never doubted Yi Yuan being able to clear the 5th round before. Qin Yan said, Yi Yuan has clearly experienced some things that we don't know about down below. Otherwise, how can his realm possibly rise so quickly? When he was at the first level C transformation, he already killed a soul C realm expert. Now that he broke through to the peak 4th level C transformation, his strength is truly hard to gauge already. And that's odd. Doesn't these spirit bodies match according to the level of the martial artist that enters? Guotauchuan suddenly said. The two people's expression changed when they heard that and also discovered what was amiss. Previously, when these illusionary spirits killed Lu Hong, they were first-level Soul C boundary. Now that Yi Yuan entered the array formation, they actually did not suppress their boundary, but maintained first-level Soul C realm. Hiss. Could it be that these illusionary bodies want to battle with Yi Yuan with Soul C realm strength? Isn't this too much of a bully? Qin Yen said in astoundment. Yin Yanhua's eyebrows knitted slightly and said, looks like. These spirit bodies' judgment of Yi Yuan's strength has already placed him in the same CLA SS as Soul C realm. The three people drew a cold breath at the same time. In this 5th level, these illusionary spirits' concepts and martial techniques were much stronger compared to at the 4th level. Under such circumstances, they were actually still going to use Soul C realm strength to deal with Yi Yuan. This was simply too much of a bully. It was also to say that the difficulty of Yi Yuan passing this round was several times of theirs. Could Yi Yuan really make it through this round? Young man, at the 4th level, our strength was only 30% of the same boundary. But now, we possess 70% of our original body's strength. You have to be careful, Kuai Liang said. Chapter 568. Meet again in the next level. Chapter 568. Meet again in the next level. The 70% strength that Kuai Liang talked about was naturally not referring to his cultivation, but the concept strength at the same realm. Which was also to say that originally, Kuai Liang comprehended 100% of the concept. But at the 4th level, he only used these concepts 30%. Even 30% was stronger than the vast majority of the martial artists that came to challenge the round. With 70% strength, even if it was just first-level Soul C, it was not what a martial artist like Lu Hong could resist. Let alone that there were still several martial artists at the same boundary adding on with an array formation. Lu Hong and Qin Yen, they all may well be facing numerous difficulties to want to pass through this 5th level. Senior doesn't have to be courteous. Just bring it on. Yi Yuan fully released his aura. The surroundings faintly had a red glow revolving around, but condensed and did not dissipate. This was precisely the mark of the scorching true intent showing outside. Seeing this scene, Kuai Liang's expression was slightly apprehensive as he said, Essence energy is converting to become scorching true intent. To actually be able to achieve condensing and not dissipating, looks like your control over essence energy has already reached an extremely profound boundary. Even my original body is incapable of achieving your level. Young man, you've really brought us too many surprises. Yi Yuan said smilingly, just displaying my slight skill before an expert. Senior's strength should greatly surpass mine. If not for adhering to the rules, killing me is probably just a matter of a twinkle. Kuai Liang waved his hands and said, that's different. Me being stronger than you is just in terms of realm. Your concept's comprehension and control over essence energy are much stronger than mine. I truly dare not imagine that you're only 17 years old. Huhu Senior is too kind. Yi Yuan is making a move. Come on. Yi Yuan's fist momentum erupted abruptly, his entire person entering a frenzied state. It could be said that each fist landed solidly on the flesh, suppressing the array formation formed by these illusionary spirits. These illusionary spirits were all first-level Soul C boundary. Yi Yuan, a 4th-level C transformation, actually suppressed so many people. Seeing this scene, the three people by the sides were dumbstruck. They never would have thought that just around 10 days or so of not meeting, Yi Yuan was actually formidable to such a level already. I originally thought that I had considerable gains myself in this vast heaven pag. Oh duh, and should have shrunk the distance between Yi Yuan by a little. Never expected that. The gap between us is becoming greater and greater, Qin Yen said with a bitter smile. This set of fist arts of his seems to have scorching true intent. My God. This level of true intent, Yi Yuan actually fully comprehended it. Guo Taochuan's jaws nearly fell off from shock. Yin Yanhua's expression was grave as she said with a nod, "It's indeed the scorching true intent. Being so far away, the essence energy within my body actually feels discomfort. Yi Yuan's current strength is seriously too terrifying. The three of us most likely can't even exchange a single blow with him." No wonder that mysterious person said that Yi Yuan was different from us. Looks like his harvests in the earlier few rounds was far more than we imagined. Qin Yen said. What's laughable was that I still thought that Yi Yuan tripped and stumbled previously. Thinking about it now, he was long not on the same level as us. Guo Taochuan said speechlessly. Yeah. Disregarding other things, just this combat strength of his right now is likely plenty to overpower third-level soul Cs. Crossing boundaries to fight to his sort of degree is also considered a wonder, Qin Yen said helplessly. Inside the array formation, Yi Yuan was akin to entering an uninhabited zone. Places where his fists pass, said by, those illusionary spirits all clamored to evade. But one could tell that this group of people's cooperation had a very tacit understanding. Furthermore, their fighting experience was very abundant. Under Kuai Yang's guidance, they did not clash head-on with Yi Yuan at all. With their present strength, they simply had no way of counter-pressuring Yi Yuan. They could only drag the time patiently with Yi Yuan, looking for the opportunity. And the primary target of Yi Yuan's attacks was placed on Kuai Yang. He was the core of this array formation, guiding the cooperation of the entire array formation and acting as a middleman, being highly important. But Kuai Yang was very smart. He lay low within the array formation all along and did not come into direct contact with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's fists were always blocked by the combined power of the array formation. This set of array formation could not be said to not be strong. A bunch of first-level soul Cs teaming up together virtually had the strength of a peak third-level soul C already. But even so, they were still domineeringly suppressed by Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan suddenly beamed and said, "Senior, do you think that by hiding for a moment, you can still hide for life?" Kuai Yang was concealed within the array formation as he called out in a clear voice, "If you have the capabilities, then drag me out." "Ha. Senior, look closely." Finished talking, Yi Yuan's figure suddenly shot out but did not rush for Kuai Yang. Bang! Another illusionary spirit was sent flying out. But his position immediately had people covering. That illusionary spirit was fine and returned to the array formation again very quickly. This was the formidable aspect of array formations. "Hoo, young man, it's useless," Kuai Yang said with a laugh when he saw this scene. "Is that so?" Yi Yuan gave a faint smile. His figure moved, but he rushed towards another person. Bang! That person was blasted flying out too. Bang! 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 For a time, there were people blasted flying out without pause. In the beginning, Kuai Yang still did not take it seriously. But very soon, he discovered something amiss. The entire array formation seemed to have a feeling of sluggishness and was not operating as smoothly as before. But by the time he came around, it was already too late. How could Yi Yuan possibly give him the opportunity? Kuai Yang's eyes blurred. Yi Yuan actually appeared before him from G. O. D knows when. Apologies, senior. Let's meet again at the next level. Bang. Yi Yuan did not pull his punches in the slightest. He mustered essence energy fully and gathered it onto his fist, then blasted Kuai Yang into residue with one punch. In terms of combat power alone, None of these illusionary spirits was Yi Yuan's match. As long as Yi Yuan grabbed hold of a weakness, wanting to kill them was not something difficult. The core of this set of array formation was at Kuai Liang's place. The most vulnerable link was here too. Even though Yi Yuan had never seen before this array formation, his formation's path attainments were exceptionally high. Those fights previously, Yi Yuan was not lost. Plussing out blindly like a headless fly, but he is actually feeling out this array formations method to crack it. But sadly, how could Kuai Liang know? Not only was Yi Yuan's combat strength Astoni's plussing, but he was also even a level 9 formations path expert. Although this set of array formation was profound, as long as Yi Yuan worked hard to find the flaw, how could Kuai Liang conceal it? He only practiced this set of array formation to the point he became proficient in it. But he did not understand the principle of the array formation after all. Unless they could finish off Yi Yuan very quickly, otherwise, the final outcome could only be having the formation cracked by Yi Yuan, then routed each of them one by one. Once Kuai Liang died, the entire array formation clearly became too weak to withstand a single blow. Yi Yuan followed suit, killing these illusionary spirits one by one, and perfectly clearing the 5th level very quickly. Qin Yen and the others were long already staring wide-eyed and their jaws slack. What kind of situation was this? Them attempting to challenge this level was by breaching the constraints of the array formation at all costs and plussing towards the next level's entrance. But Yi Yuan? Not only did he crack the array formation, he even killed all of the illusionary spirits. One had to know that these illusionary spirits, each one of them in terms of strength alone, was not beneath theirs. Chapter 569. Who's bullying who? Chapter 569. Who's bullying who? Everyone, I'm making a move first. Yi Yuan greeted the Qin Yen trio and directly entered the 6th level. Qin Yen and the others exchanged glances, and already did not know what they should say. At this time, the illusionary spirits that were already killed by Yi Yuan emerged once more one by one. Do you guys still plan on challenging the round? Seems like we don't have any hope at all, Qin Yen said rather dispiritedly. Guotao gritted his teeth and sighed. Already came here. We can't retreat without fighting. I'll go first. As he said those words, Guotao entered inside the array formation with a leap. Yi Yuan, he really entered the 6th level. He has produced the best result in this 1,000 years. After entering the 4th level, his speed became fast instead. The 4th level only used 15 minutes to clear it. This 5th level is also merely just using the lesser part of a day's time. Truly inconceivable. Wonder just where this fellow's limits lie. I don't know if he can clear the 6th level or not. If he can even make it past the 6th level, then he'll be the 5th martial artist who charges into the 7th level in this 10,000 years. Such monstrousness simply surpasses ancient and modern times. This isn't very likely, right? I heard that this 6th level's guardian strength is even a cut above the challenger's own strength. Adding the supplementation of the array formation, it's simply impossible to make it through. Who knows? Ignoring the differences in strength, just talking about what happened inside this vast heaven pag. Oh duh, how many miracles has Yi Yuan created already? The other person did not reply. Just within this vast heaven pag. Oh duh, how many turning points had Yi Yuan already created? The first 3 levels cleared perfectly, obtaining 3 times the inheritance time of others. Other people all got increasingly slower as they challenged the rounds. But after Yi Yuan entered the 4th level, his speed became faster instead. Consecutively clearing 2 levels actually only used half a day's time. Who could ascertain that Yi Yuan definitely could not clear the 6th level? Lu Hong stared at that gold-colored name blankly. The sense of defeat in his heart was incomparably intense. He originally thought that he was the most talented youngster in this endless world. Who knew that there were people beyond people? This Yi Yuan's talent flung him more than several streets behind. What was laughable was that he still prided himself on being exceptional previously, and he even shrugged off that mysterious person's words. Yi Yuan's performance in this vast heaven pag was much more dazzling than his. Forget about the third level, even in the first level, Lu Hong did not dare to remain behind to kill off all the demonic beasts. And at this time, each step that Yi Yuan advanced trampled on his self-esteem once. Soon, it was going to be crushed. At the sixth level, Kuai Liang was already waiting in full battle formation. Young man, what's your name called? This seat is called Kuai Liang. You just call me elder brother Kuai will do. This was Kuai Liang's first time telling Yi Yuan his own name. In this 10,000 years, he had just spoken to a scanty few people before. But Yi Yuan was clearly the one that he spoke the most to. Junior Yi Yuan has seen elder brother Kuai. Yi Yuan reported his family name. Kuai Liang nodded and said, Yi Yuan, you're very decent. This sixth level, it's already been 1,000 years since anybody entered. Even if this 10,000 years, not many people could barge into the sixth level too. Furthermore, perfectly clearing these first 5 levels is just you alone. Oh? But previously someone made it to the 8th level, right? Could it be that he didn't clear perfectly? Yi Yuan asked rather curiously. That person called Li Fantian walked even further than Lu Linfeng. Logically speaking, he should be a world-shaking figure. Such a genius should logically have the possibility of completing each level perfectly. But it was only to see Kuai Liang shook his head and said, he did indeed achieve perfect completion in the first 4 levels. But he fell short of success at the 5th level. Hence your talent is still above his. Successfully clearing and perfectly clearing, the difficulty was not even on the same level. The 5th level's degree of difficulty was indeed not an ordinary kind of great. If Yi Yuan did not comprehend a number of true intents, wanting to perfectly clear this round was likely not that easy as well. Yi Yuan nodded his head, but he said with a forced smile, but elder brother Kuai, isn't it somewhat high-handed for you guys to guard this level with the strength of 4th level Soul Sea Realm? Kuai Liang laughed loudly when he heard that and said, your true combat power can't be measured using realms at all. The hurdles that the vast heaven pag does set up are used to test the martial artist's potential. You are able to clear the round perfectly at the 5th level and kill our 1st level Soul Sea doppelgangers. The might of your combat strength is thus obvious. Furthermore, I have a feeling that you didn't go all out when you were at the 5th level. Yi Yuan said helplessly, fine then. In a while, elder brother Kuai have to show leniency. Showing leniency can't be done. The stronger you are, the more we can't pull our punches. This time, we're going to unleash 100% of your concept's strength. Kuai Liang said with a laugh. TSK, how ruthless. Since elder brother Kuai regards me so highly, then I naturally also have to strive with all my might this time. But before this, can elder brother Kuai allow me to break through realm first? Yi Yuan said smilingly. Kuai Liang was startled. Oh? You're going to break through again so quickly? Fine. What's the harm in letting you break through? Yi Yuan said with clasped hands, thank you very much, elder brother Kuai. Yi Yuan did not talk nonsense either, directly sing immense heaven and earth essence energy, and started to break through to the 5th level sea transformation. Roughly 2 hours later, the storm ceased. Yi Yuan's aura rose by a level once more, and finally broke through to the 5th level sea transformation. Elder brother Kuai, thanks for waiting, Yi Yuan said with clasped hands. Kuai Liang looked at Yi Yuan, his gaze revealed astonishment. You, a puny little sea transformation realm, actually have such impact when breaking through a minor boundary. If not for witnessing with my own eyes, I even thought that you were salting the Soul Sea realm. Yi Yuan said smilingly, I've incurred Elder Brother Kuai's ridicule. The cultivation method that I cultivate in is rather special. The essence energy required is very massive. So the commotion when breaking through is a bit big. It was more than just a bit big. It was very huge, all right? Kuai Liang nodded and said, Your strength is so formidable. The cultivation method that you cultivate naturally can't be too lousy. Looks like your inheritance isn't simple. It probably isn't what this small world can have. Yi Yuan smiled. He knew that this could not hide from Kuai Liang's eyes either, and he could only change the topic. Elder Brother Kuai, let's begin. Finished talking, Yi Yuan leaped and was about to land inside the array formation. At the same time, the essence fire within Yi Yuan's body erupted abruptly. During the process of him leaping, the aura in his body erupted once more, and his boundary soared up mightily. By the time he landed inside the array formation, he already directly broke through to the 7th level C transformation. Origin Spirit 9 transformations. Following Yi Yuan's boundary slowly advancing, the cleansing sandal sacred flame was already unable to sustain him breaking through 3 minor boundaries. Even breaking through to late-stage C transformation this time was quite forceful. Fortunately, the cleansing sandal sacred flame was very powerful among Tier 4 essence fires. Only then did it forcibly support his breakthrough. When Kuai Liang saw this scene, his eyes became wide saucers. Fine lad. To actually still have this card up your sleeves. This martial technique is remarkably powerful. To actually directly aid you to break through to the late-stage C transformation. I originally thought that I could bully you properly this time. Now why do I feel like it's still you bullying me? Chapter 570. 2 Great Concepts of Fire. Chapter 570. 2 Great Concepts of Fire, haha. Elder Brother Kuai, I'm coming. Yi Yuan said with a loud laugh. Bring it on. Facing Yi Yuan bearing down menacingly, Kuai Liang awaited in full battle array. Presently, Yi Yuan broke through to the late-stage C transformation realm. His strength soared fiercely once more. Flame movement carnage was brandished. It was on a completely different level than before. Kuai Liang, these people used all of their power. Their concepts were clearly all true intent level and above. But Yi Yuan's scorching true intent overwhelmingly crushed them. Flame movement carnage was just created, and its power was already not worse off compared to the 9 swords stance and 1,000 flowing petals, these martial technique. It could be imagined how formidable the might of scorching true intent was. Even in terms of instantaneous explosive power, flame movement carnage was even stronger than the move Yi Yuan created using supreme true intent. What was even deadlier was that Yi Yuan's control over essence energy was very precise. One should not look at how each punch of his seemed to use all the strength in his body, it actually did not expend much essence energy. With his present essence energy density, even if he fought non-stop for a day and a night, he would not exhaust all the essence energy within his body at all. Of course, the prerequisite was that the Origin Spirit 9 transformations could sustain for such a long time. For a time, the situation inside the array formation was actually the same as in the 5th level. Kuai Liang's side was completely suppressed by Yi Yuan. Heh, Elder Brother Kuai, this array formation of yours is already useless against me. If you don't wish to lose, quickly think of a way, Yi Yuan said to Kuai Liang as he punched out. Kuai Liang was also someone who was a veteran of 100 battles. Looking at Yi Yuan's performance in the 5th level, he knew that the array formation was already useless. Rumble. After a violent collision, Kuai Liang and Yi Yuan both separated. Yi Yuan, you're indeed formidable. This array formation we brothers practiced for a very long time before slowly understanding it well. You merely entered the array for half a day and actually already have a thorough understanding of the array formation, Kuai Liang said with an emotional sigh. Yi Yuan's monstrousness totally exceeded his expectations. This boy seemed to have limitless means. He had already guarded this pas here for God knows how many years and had yet to be suppressed to this extent by a junior. Although he admired Yi Yuan's talent, Kuai Liang still felt very aggrieved. He was a powerhouse that controlled a region while he was still alive. Even if he became an illusionary spirit guarding this pas now, his pride still remained. Being beaten by Yi Yuan for 3 consecutive rounds like this, it brought out his temper. However, we brothers are not easy to bully. What I want to tell you is that not using array formations can instead increase our combat strength even more. Brothers, go full power! Kuai Liang roared. Each and every one of those illusionary spirits was like injected with stimulants, instantly erupting with a powerful aura. Even though their boundaries were still 4th level Soul C, Yi Yuan suddenly felt that these illusionary spirits became somewhat different. As if all of a sudden, these illusionary spirits became gods of war one by one, giving people a feeling of peerlessness. Ha ha ha! How many years has it been since this feeling of hot blood boiling? Thank you, Yi Yuan. If it wasn't for you, we'd probably all remain as emotionless walking corpses. Kuai Liang said with a loud laugh. The Kuai Liang at this time was akin to a god of war, his eyes radiating a brilliant light as if 2 different persons from that previous lifelessness. Seeing Kuai Liang brim with fighting spirit, Yi Yuan said with a smile, looks like these few years, elder brother Kuai was shackled by the rules and became overly cautious and didn't dare to act boldly. Since that's the case, I'll consult elder brother Kuai's true strength then. Good. Yi Yuan, I'll put forth my best effort to defeat you. This round isn't that easy to clear. Go. Under Kuai Liang's command, those 30 illusionary spirits rushed towards Yi Yuan without any pattern at all. It was entirely different from that strict order previously. But Yi Yuan's face became solemn. These people became completely different. However, Yi Yuan naturally would not show weakness either. His figure moved, and he charged towards those illusionary spirits. With his current late-stage C transformation strength used in conjunction with the scorching true intent and concept of wind flow, it was not too difficult to contend with 4th level Soul Cs. In an instant, Yi Yuan fell into these 30 people's encirclement. Different from landing in the array formation prior to this, these illusionary spirits' attacks were without any order to speak of. It was completely each fighting their own battles, but not knowing why, these people's combat power suddenly soared by a level. Furthermore, even though they were each fighting separate battle, the cooperation between each other was extremely well coordinated. Frequently, as Yi Yuan's fist was just thinking of hitting towards a person, he would suffer the pincer attacks of multiple people at the same time. Helpless, Yi Yuan could only give up the attack and switch to defense. The teamwork between these people was absolutely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Although there was no array formations augmentation, the pressure that Yi Yuan felt was much stronger than when they formed an array formation. Yi Yuan crisscrossed among the illusionary spirits and displayed the wind flow true intent to the limit. There was actually a feeling of beyond one's power. This made Yi Yuan very baffled. Just what in the world happened to these people? Haha. Back then, we were all a mercenary team. Every fight was all acting in concert together. For close to 1,000 years, we ourselves can't remember clearly how many times we've fought together either. This sort of fighting instinct has long been assimilated into your blood already. Without the constraints of array formations, the teamwork between us will become even closer instead. Yi Yuan, if you can defeat us under this condition, you'll have the qualifications to accept the challenge of the final 3 levels. Kuai Liang said loudly. Yi Yuan was enlightened in his heart when he heard that. No wonder he had a feeling of being unable to carry out every time he attacked. Turns out that these people had long taken team fights as their own instincts. The incomparable trust between each other. Even communicating with their eyes was not needed, it was simply accompli. Plus-ing things with a thought. Fighting instinctively like this was undoubtedly extremely formidable. So that's how it is. Elder brother and everyone else are indeed very strong. Your trust between each other also makes Yi Yuan visibly move. However, this 7th level, I must go. Finished talking, Yi Yuan's aura likewise erupted abruptly, soaring tremendously once more. Essence, energy, ignition. Flame, movement, carnage. Yi Yuan gave a roar. The essence energy within his body instantly ignited. Instantaneously, Yi Yuan's fist exploded with a dazzling red light. An appalling aura forced those illusionary spirits back. Following that, Yi Yuan swung out a fist, SMAs. Plus-ing it towards that group of illusionary spirits like a tempestuous storm. Rumble. The transmission true intent coupled with the scorching true intent, two types of true intents added together for the first time, making the power of flame movement carnage soar explosively. Even though what Yi Yuan was facing a group of 4th level Soul Sea experts, this punch still beat the opponent down to the mortal world like breaking a dead branch off a tree. Those dozen over illusionary spirits at the forefront were practically obliterated by Yi Yuan at the first moment. Those illusionary spirits at the back also received injuries to varying degrees. However, Yi Yuan did not have the intent of stopping. A punch smashed over again, annihilating quite a few illusionary spirits once more. 2 punches down, only a scanty few illusionary spirits remained in good condition. Seeing this scene, Kuai Liang's complexion was white as a sheet. Chapter 571. Creating History. Chapter 571. Creating History. This Yi Yuan was actually someone who had become stronger when encountering strong enemies. Regarding the strength of these brothers of his, Kuai Liang was all too clear. But even so, they were still crushed by Yi Yuan domineeringly. Those 2 punches earlier, even he felt terror. Too strong. Could it be that this boy had no limits? This group of people was all 4th level Soul Sea strength. What did this U.S. trait? This showed that when these people, were at the 4th level Soul Sea, as a team still could not triumph over Yi Yuan this 5th level Sea transformation. Furthermore, when they were at the 4th level Soul Sea, they did not have their current concepts comprehension at all. Yi Yuan using these 2 punches perfectly elucidated what was called powerful. Kuai Liang looked at Yi Yuan and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. How many years has it been? The vast heaven pag. Oh. Da finally welcomed an interesting youth. Yi Yuan, you're excellent. This vast heaven pag. Oh, the inheritance, the final 3 rounds are the most important. You have to put in great effort. Don't let me down. As he said, Kuai Liang swung his sword in a circle, then swiped towards his own neck. The other illusionary spirits all followed suit, all choosing to commit suicide. Very soon, Kuai Liang and the rest all revived from the dead, appearing in front of Yi Yuan once again. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, "Thank you very much, elder brother Kuai." Thank for what? There has never been Compa.'s shown in the martial artists world, only strength. If you don't have adequate strength, how can you be qualified to let me view you in a different light? Who knows how many martial artists came to this vast heaven pag? Oda. But barely any had the qualifications to let me a word more. And you have this qualification. Alright, you go to the inheritance S.P.A.C. then, Kuai Liang said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, farewell. Cleared. Really made it through. The 7th level. 7th level. Outside the vast heaven pag. Oh, everyone's emotion was boiling over. The 7th level. This was a result which created history. Since Lu Linfeng made it into the 7th level, several thousand years had already passed said. During this period O body ever made it inside. Lu Linfeng's prowess and O body dared to dispute it. After a time interval of several thousand years, was another Grand Yen True Lord such existence going to appear again? Entering the 7th level meant that Yi Yuan at least made it into the top 5 in this 10,000 years. 10,000 years. How many geniuses slowly rose up, then vanished in the long process of history again? To be able to rank in the top 5 of all the geniuses in 10,000 years, this glory, just thinking about it made people feel excited. Quickly look. You guys, quickly look. Yi Yuan's name is changing again. On the light screen, the originally gilded Yi Yuan 2 characters were gradually plated with a layer of purple halo. The initially gold-colored name, after adding this layer of purple halo, actually became sacred. When the surrounding martial artists saw that name, a feeling of prostrating in wars. Hi+P actually birthed in their hearts. Yi Yuan's name actually became purple gold-colored. This. What does this represent? Ning Yixian said in astonishment. Ning Yixian, Qin Hongtao, and Jing Xian exchanged glances. Their hearts all had a conjecture which shocked them to the core. Yi Yuan should have perfectly cleared the round once again. Qi Hai's voice suddenly rang out. Hiss! Although they had surmised it in their hearts, hearing Qi Hai say it out, the shock in their hearts was still beyond words. The Grand Yen True Lord swept across the endless world after coming out from the vast heaven pag. Oh, back then. This legend was pious, said down all the way until now. But Ning Yixian they all had never heard before that the Grand Yen True Lord had once perfectly cleared the rounds. How many times greater was the difficulty of the middle 3 levels compared to the first 3 levels? But under such circumstances, Yi Yuan still cleared the rounds perfectly? What in the world did Yi Yuan do inside this vast heaven pag? Oh duh! If he can even perfectly clear the 6th level, what kind of realm has his present strength already reached? Ning Yixian felt rather hard to wrap his mind around it. The middle 3 levels all configure the opponents according to the martial artist's own boundary. Yi Yuan's realm is only C transformation realm, but his true combat power can cross a major boundary. If it's like this, he has a huge advantage in clearing these middle 3 levels, Qin Hongtao said. Not so. When Yi Yuan was at the 5th level, the opponents he faced were all 1st level Soul C. I witnessed with my own eyes that those opponents were all killed by Yi Yuan. Qin Hongtao had just finished talking when a voice immediately jumped out to refute. Everyone turned around to look. It was precisely the Guotaochuan who was already kicked out of the 5th level. Guotaochuan's words stirred up an intense wave once again. What? You said that Yi Yuan's opponents in the 5th level were actually all 1st level Soul C? Ning Yixian's eyes became round as a ball. Guotaochuan nodded and said, That's right. Furthermore, there was the augmentation of array formation. The power of the illusionary spirit's killing array is very strong. Even if I have 3rd level Soul C strength right now, I might not be able to pass S through the 5th level either. And I personally witnessed that Yi Yuan carried out a complete suppression against the illusionary spirit's killing array right from the start, all the way until they were all killed. Silence. Deathly silent. The news that Guotaochuan brought was even more astounding than Yi Yuan's name becoming purple gold earlier. A C transformation realm martial artist actually suppressed a group of Soul C realm illusionary spirits across the board, and he even killed all of them. How horrifying a combat power did this required? And, oh right, what does this perfect completion that you guys talked about mean? Guotaochuan had just come out from the vast heaven pag. Oh, Anne was still unaware of what perfect clear signified. Ning Yixian briefly explained to Guotaochuan. Guotaochuan was not as shocked as imagined, because he already personally witnessed Yi Yuan's prowess in the vast heaven pag. Oh Except that after hearing Ning Yixian's explanation, Guotaochuan could not help saying with a bitter smile, Looks like at the 5th level, Yi Yuan did not use his full strength. I reckon that the opponents in the 6th level are at least at the 3rd level Soul C realm. Maybe even 4th level Soul C. He actually still killed all the opponents same as before. This shows that the 5th level was just an appetizer to him. Guotauchuan never could have expected that the vast heaven pag. Oh! The trip this time actually pulled apart the distance between him and Yi Yuan so greatly. The present Yi Yuan was already on an entirely different level from them, these juniors. Ren Xingchuan's entire body was somewhat trembling right now. How many years has it been since he was so agitated? Even when he became Wu Fang City Lord back then, he had not been so agitated before too. The worry in the beginning to the pride and arrogance now, this sort of situation made him, this old man who had experienced the hards, HI+PS of life, somewhat surging with agitation in his heart. At present, Ren Xingchuan involuntarily recalled the scene of him forcing Yi Hang and Ren Hongling husband and wife out of Wu Fang City back then. Thinking about it, he truly did something extremely foolish back then. If one person's willpower was not staunch enough between the two of them, how could he have such a remarkable grandson now? If his separation of the loving couple back then succeeded. Ren Xingchuan even did not quite dare to imagine right now. Yi Yuan's rising momentum was too strong. With Yi Yuan around, Wu Fang City would become the entire endless world's pinnacle existence for at least 1,000 years. Before long, Wu Fang City would completely quash the three sects, becoming the #1 major faction in this endless world. Ren Xingchuan was an ambitious old man. Thinking about Wu Fang City's future, he was rather agitated. Chapter 572. True Dragon's Blood. Chapter 572. True Dragon's Blood. In the Inheritance S.P. A.C. Yi Yuan appeared, but his expression froze. A black-clothed man was currently standing with his hands behind his back, and his back facing Yi Yuan. You're very decent. In this recent 10,000 years, you're the first young genius to perfectly clear the first 6 levels. This black-clothed person was clearly that mysterious person in the Inheritance S.P.A.C. previously. Regarding this mysterious person making an appearance in person, Yi Yuan was rather surprised. He even thought that this person would be like before, remotely controlling here from some hidden place. Looks like consecutively clearing the rounds perfectly twice had already made this black-clothed person have a completely new appraisal of him. So, you felt that I have the qualifications to let you show up and meet in person? Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, and was not very overwhelmed by the grace. The black-clothed person was clearly quite surprised. This boy seemed to forever be this calm and collected. Nothing could visibly move him. He was completely not unlike a lower realm's youth. This boy actually even haggled with him previously, angering him plenty. Now that he showed up in person to meet, this boy still had a punchable look. Really makes people displeased. The black-clothed person did not speak. He just casually waved his hand. A small bottle appeared in Yi Yuan's hand. This is the reward for your second perfect clear, the black-clothed person said. Yi Yuan checked his palm and could not help sizing up this small bottle. Inside the bottle was stark empty and only had a drop of fresh blood. This drop of blood was clearly not quite the same as ordinary blood. It was not bright red in color but revealed a golden color in the bright red. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan's expression changed. Could this be a divine beast blood essence? Yi Yuan evidently recognized this item and said in amazement. The black-clothed person turned around rather surprisedly. But his profile remained hidden in the black robes. Yi Yuan could not see at all. Furthermore, Yi Yuan felt that this black-clothed person before his eyes had a quite unreal sensation. He was clearly standing in front of him, but seemed to be very distant away. This made him slightly apprehensive in his heart. The black-clothed person's strength was most likely not an ordinary kind of strong. You actually know about divine beast blood essence? Looks like your background isn't normal, said the black-clothed person in surprise. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and forcefully pressed down the shock in his heart and said, "You must be kidding, Senior. Within this fresh blood, it faintly exudes a golden color. This is the hallmark of demonic beasts starting to evolve to become divine beasts." This second perfect clear's reward was simply too generous. Yi Yuan could not help quivering in his heart as well when he recognized this drop of blood essence. What was the concept of a divine beast? Every divine beast was all genuine deity realm powerhouses. The so-called divine beasts under this stretch of heaven now were actually all rubbish. At the very most, they could only be hailed as divine beast progenies. True divine beasts no longer existed in this world. Hence, how precious this drop of blood essence in Yi Yuan's hands could not be imagined at all. Yi Yuan knew that there were that few demonic beasts in the divine realm. Their blood was this sort of color as well. However, those few demonic beasts were all the divine realm's peak existences. Among the human martial artists, only existences like the 10 great divine kings could be on par with them. Wanting to obtain their blood was simply nothing more than wishful thinking. Yi Yuan never could have imagined that he could actually obtain a drop of blood like this inside this vast heaven pag. Oda. This boy are indeed interesting. To actually even know about this sort of thing. That's right, this is a drop of true dragon's blood. Since you know that this is a divine beast blood essence, about its usage you don't need me to say any further, right? The black-clothed person said smilingly. The black-clothed person played it down, but Yi Yuan's entire body trembled. His eyes revealed a look of disbelief as he said, "What did you say? This is a true dragon's blood?" This time, Yi Yuan was really astonished. Although deity realm powerhouses were already gone like clouds dissipating, the footsteps of martial artists' pursuit of the deity realm had never stopped. The legend of deity realm powerhouses also circulated on in the divine realm all along. Divine beasts were undoubtedly extremely formidable existences. But among divine beasts there were distinction of superiority and inferiority too. The 4 great divine beasts were clearly the pinnacle-most existences among divine beasts. Now Yi Yuan actually obtained a drop of true dragon's blood. Even if this drop of blood essence came from one that had yet to completely evolve to become a divine beast, it was still an extremely valuable item. Brat, are you still going to say that the things which this seat gives you are worthless now?" said the black-clothed person with some ridicule. Yi Yuan was speechless. This fellow still remembered this matter until now. This person's strength was unfathomable. To think that he was actually so narrow-minded, involuntarily making Yi Yuan feel contempt in his heart. But he gave away so many valuable things. Yi Yuan could not very well give him a blow. He just clasped his hands and said, "Many thanks for Senior's gift." Yi Yuan was not some hillbilly who had not seen the world after all. After the shock, Yi Yuan adjusted his state of mind very quickly and recovered. When the black-clothed person saw that Yi Yuan actually recovered back to normal so quickly, he was also rather surprised secretly. Even a fellow who did not know about the goods also knew just how precious an item like true dragon's blood was, let alone Yi Yuan who recognized it at a glance. Facing such temptation, this fellow could actually remain so composed. This involuntarily made the black-clothed person's appraisal of Yi Yuan rise up a level once again. "No need to thank me. These are the rules that fellow set. Since you cleared perfectly the second time, this is the reward that you deserve. But I have to warn you, true dragon's blood is abnormally tyrannical. Your current boundary is still too low. I advise that you better wait until after divine traversing realm before taking it. Or else, if you explode from being loaded up by the true dragon's blood, I'm not responsible," the black-clothed person said. True dragon's blood was extremely tyrannical and violent. Ordinary martial artists were unable to harness it at all. Even if ordinary martial artists obtained true dragon's blood, they would not dare easily consume it either. But Yi Yuan said with a laugh, "Although taking the true dragon's blood at the divine traversing realm is safe, the benefits to me won't be that great anymore. At present, my essence energy sea has just opened up not long ago. Consuming this true dragon's blood is precisely the ideal period. When Yi Yuan knew that this was true dragon's blood, he already made up his mind to immediately consume it. Yi Yuan naturally knew the overbearingness of true dragon's blood. But he also knew that his condition at the moment was precisely the ideal period for consuming the true dragon's blood. Sea Transformation Realm was a new beginning, and it was also the foundation of all the boundaries in the future. The four great divine beasts were all the beloved of heaven and earth. True dragon's blood had the powerful effect of remolding a martial artist's bloodline. Not only could it let the martial artist increase their boundary within a short period of time, but also it could even let the martial artist's affinity with heaven and earth essence energy rise multiple levels, greatly increasing the martial artist's cultivation speed. This, to martial artists, was simply a priceless treasure. The black-clothed man snickered coldly when he heard that and said, "Brat, I admit that you're extraordinarily talented. But don't be arrogant and overweening too. Arrogant people never have any good endings. Even though you are aware of divine beast bloodlines, you've never experienced before how powerful divine beast bloodlines are, right? True dragon's blood is an extremely powerful existence among divine beast bloodlines too. If you swallow it with your present boundary, you'll die for sure." Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Senior, since this true dragon's blood is my reward, then I'm the one who makes the call, right?" Chapter 573 Slaughtering Cities. Chapter 573 Slaughtering Cities. The black-clothed person's expression involuntarily choked up as he said indignantly, "Fine. I see that you're a talent, that's why I'm giving you a piece of advice. Since you're courting death yourself, then I'm not to be blamed for it. Although your talent is decent, your disposition is terrible. Even if you don't die today, you'll die sooner or later in the future due to your wild arrogance." However, Yi Yuan was neither anxious nor worried as he said with a smile, "Many thanks for Senior's concern. But Yi Yuan's matters, I have a score in my heart. True dragon's blood is so powerful. If I can't bring out its full might, wouldn't it be a wanton waste of D's good gifts? Don't you agree, Senior?" "Humph. All the best to you," said the black-clothed person with a cold snort and vanished with that. Yi Yuan looked at the true dragon's blood in his hand, and could not help being out of sorts. He also did not expect that the vast heaven pag. The trip this time, the gains would actually be so bountiful. Regardless whether was it the nameless essence energy, or the vast heaven steel, or the 9 characters true word formula, they were all top-notch treasures. Even when placed in the divine realm, it was very hard to come by as well. And the 6th level's perfect completion would actually reward him with a drop of true dragon's blood. This was truly an unexpected surprise. To say such words, it was not exaggerated at all. Martial artists who got their hands on true dragon's blood and used it could be said to cast off their old self and be reborn anew. Even if it were a pig, his cultivation speed would also be swift to the extent where it made ordinary people despair. Cultivating essence energy had always been painstaking work. Even though Yi Yuan could pop pills, along with his boundary getting increasingly higher, the requirements towards medicinal herbs also became progressively greater. He did not have a medicine king hall behind him to support his cultivation now. Even if he could bear the costs of medicinal herbs, he could not find so many high-tier medicinal herbs either. Furthermore, frankly speaking, this body's talent honestly was not much. It had tremendously huge constraints on Yi Yuan's cultivation speed as well. Yi Yuan's boundary rising until now was basically all relying on medicinal pills and lucky encounters. Strictly following the routine cultivation time was really not much. With this true dragon's blood, he would not need to worry about cultivation speed this problem anymore in the future. Right away, Yi Yuan sat down with his legs crossed without any hesitation and entered heart like still water heart realm to adjust his body's condition to the prime. True dragon's blood was powerful, but just as the black-clothed person said, a moment of carelessness and it would stuff the martial artist until they exploded. Even though Yi Yuan had confidence in subjugating this true dragon's blood, he did not dare to slack off in the slightest either. This was a tempo of playing with one's life. Yi Yuan carefully opened up the small bottle. A peerlessly tyrannical aura gushed out, seemingly wanted to rip this entire stretch of SPAC to shreds. Instantly, Yi Yuan seemed to have seen a true dragon rush out of the small bottle, circling around in the air. Indeed, well deserving of being a true dragon's blood. Even if it's just one drop of blood essence, it has such power too. Yi Yuan praised with a sigh. Without hesitation, Yi Yuan directly swallowed the blood essence into his abdomen. Immediately, he felt like his internal body was like being immolated. Only at this instant did Yi Yuan know what was genuinely called viscera burning up. Arg! Yi Yuan could not hold back a long cry, reverberating around the entire inheritance SPAC. Inside the void, the black-clothed person watched this scene indifferently as he said coldly, "A brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Originally thought that you were somewhat different from the others. Didn't think that you're still a fool. Refining true dragon's blood, the most terrifying thing isn't the energy contained within the true dragon's blood, but the dreadful true dragon's will. Even for divine traversing realm martial artists, a moment of carelessness and they would have their will obliterated by the true dragon's will as well, becoming a walking corpse. Forget it. A fool like this, if he's dead, then he's dead. Nothing to feel regret about either." Yi Yuan clenched his teeth till it chattered. Every inch of skin and flesh on his body was immolating. The surface skin and flesh actually gradually cracked open, looking very awful. Yi Yuan was still under the heart like still water heart realm right now. All of the pain all appeared especially vivid. That anguish gave people an impulse to want to commit suicide. True dragon's blood was indeed abnormally tyrannical. It actually wanted to forcibly load Yi Yuan up to death. Within all of Yi Yuan's meridians at the moment, violent energy was teeming everywhere. Even when Yi Yuan revolved the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art to the limits, it was unable to digest those violent energies either. Very soon, Yi Yuan fell into an extreme crisis. Seeing Yi Yuan's wretched appearance, the black-clothed person could not help rebuking him again. "Heh, tasted the hards. HI plus PS, right? Who ask you to be arrogant? Even though this true dragon's blood isn't a genuine divine beast's blood essence, the energy contained within is also not what a puny little sea transformation realm like you can subjugate. Truly a fool." As the black-clothed person said this, he suddenly gave a melancholic sigh. He said, "Finally managed to found a peerlessly talented genius. Didn't think that he would actually die just like this. That fellow is seriously. Why did he have to freaking give some true dragon's blood? It's great now, isn't it? To wait for another genius like this, no idea how many years it will take either." Outside of the vast heaven pag. Oh, duh, a commotion suddenly arose. A Soul Sea realm martial artist barged into the vast heaven mystic realm and sprinted straight for Ning Yixian. "Alliance Chief, things are bad." That martial artist had a manner of utmost urgency. Ning Yixian's heart thumped. But he still asked in a low voice, "What happened?" This martial artist was his confidant. He stayed in Wufang City to assist a heavenly martial sect's grand elder in dealing with alliance matters. Looking at his appearance, something extraordinary most likely happened. Indeed, that martial artist said with a look of righteous indignation, "Fierce Gale World's 5 great Titans personally moved out, directly storming and capturing the northern domain's southeastern strategic city, Cloud Iron City, and activated the transmission array. Now, fierce Gale World martial artists already invaded the northern domain on a large scale, attacking and occupying the southeastern side's 3 cities in one move. Furthermore, with this, everybody's expressions changed. The fierce Gale World's 5 great Titans personally moving out. This was terrible. The fierce Gale World did not have any activities all along after entering the southern domain for so many. To think that once they moved out, it was so swift, precise, and fierce. Ning Yixian, they all originally thought that with the endless forest, this natural protective defense, the fierce Gale World wanting to invade and Se could not be accomplished within a short period. Who knew that these 5 Titans would actually be so decisive in going for the kill, directly attack over the endless forest? Those beneath divine traversing realm were incapable of flying over directly. Only by entering the divine traversing realm could one have sufficient capabilities to preserve themselves. The 5 great Titans personally moved out to seize the transmission array. This was what Ning Yixian did not expect prior to this. Furthermore, what? Don't be like a woman. Quickly say. Ning Yixian said anxiously. That martial artist said with a look of grief and anger. Furthermore, after the fierce Gale World occupied those 3 cities, they actually issued the order to slaughter the people, killing all of the endless world martial artists in those 3 cities. The count is most likely as massive as in the millions. What did you say? Slaughter everyone in the 3 cities? Ning Yixian doubted his own ears a little. Could it be that those people were all madmen? According to what Yi Yuan said, and looking from the situation that they came to learn about now, the fierce Gale World only came for the endless world's resources. If they adopted conciliatory strategies, the endless world would definitely have many people whose determination was not firm cross over to the other side. But once this sort of tactic like slaughtering the city was implemented, it would undoubtedly arouse all the endless world's martial artists' frenzied resistance. Such a simple logic, could it be that those fierce Gale World martial artists did not know? Chapter 574. Slaying True Dragon Will. Chapter 574. Slaying True Dragon Will. 1,000,000 martial artists were just a small figure to the endless world. But the influence of the massacring of the city's occupants this time towards this war was massive. This was forcing all the endless world's martial artists to rise up in resistance. Either you die or I perish. Plus the fierce Gale World's way of doing things left everyone very perplexed. We planted quite a few hidden agents in the southern domain. Nearby the endless forest has a lot of hidden sentries too. Could it be that they did not detect anything in advance? Ning Yixian said furiously. Although both ends of the endless forest basically broke off contact, as the alliance chief, how could Ning Yixian possibly not think of ways to plant some informants in the southern domain? If one was oblivious to the situation, this war did not need to be fought either. That martial artist shook his head and said, no news was sent back from the southern side. The hidden agents in the endless forest detected it. But the 5 great peak sovereigns' speed was too fast. They simply could not transmit the information in time. Ning Yixian felt a headache. The 3 cities were just a small area of land to the Ning Yixian. But once this hole opened up, the fierce Gale World could send in reinforcements endlessly through these 3 cities. This realm war was also considered to have officially started. Old Hai, how do you view it? Ning Yixian was also rather ruffled at this time and could only ask Qi Hai. Qi Hai had his brows tightly locked all this while as well. Seeing Ning Yixian inquire, he waved his hand and said, you lead the others back first. I'll wait here for Yi Yuan and the other 2 to come out. Gauge out the intention of the other party massacring the cities first before deciding again. Additionally, spread this information around the world. Let every martial artist in the endless world all know that they already don't have a way out. If it's not the fierce Gale World's defeat, then it's our own death. Chi-Hai clearly could not figure out what the other party was playing at either. Ever since the realm Pa-S Sageway linked together, the information that the Endless World knew about the fierce Gale World was seriously too little. They were simply unable to have any effective response. Ning Yixian heaved a sigh when he heard that and said, "There's only this as well. Then I have to trouble old Hai with Yi Yuan. I'll bring them back right away." Chi-Hai's brows were tightly locked. He nodded his head but did not speak, lifting his head to look at that purple-gold name on the light screen. Only after Ning Yixian brought everyone away, did Chi-Hai look at Yi Yuan's name and said with a long sigh, "Yi Yuan, you're the Endless World's final hope. Quickly get stronger." Inside the Inheritance S.P.A.C., Yi Yuan's breath became weaker and weaker. The boundless energy contained in the true dragon's blood looked to be loading him up until he was about to explode. Right at this time, a majestic consciousness instantly intruded inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness and turned into an azure dragon's appearance. "Boy, you actually dare to refine this Oh, blee true dragon's blood. Pay the price for your ignorance." The azure dragon was very haughty inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. At this time, although Yi Yuan was in unbearable pain, under heart-like still water heart realm, he could still preserve his own consciousness. "In front of this young master, you dare to call yourself Oh, blee?" Yi Yuan said coldly. "Ha ha ha. You are but a sea transformation realm little b, A-S-T-A-R-D. To also dare be arrogant in front of our Oh, blee dragon race. Wait until I thoroughly obliterate your consciousness and turn you into a walking corpse. See what you still have to be arrogant in front of this dragon," said the azure dragon with a roaring laugh. "With the likes of you?" Yi Yuan said with a disdainful look. "Humph, ignorant child. Still being stubborn on your deathbed? Although this dragon is just a tiny bit of remnant consciousness, to deal with a sea transformation realm brat like you, isn't it still defeating you with ease? Watch closely, this dragon will completely wipe away your consciousness right now." Finished talking, the azure dragon gave a dragon roar, shocking until Yi Yuan's consciousness nearly collapsed and almost dissipated. It. Why isn't there any activity from the golden characters yet? If this carries on, this lousy dragon is really going to disintegrate my consciousness. The will of an azure dragon was no joke. They were the proudest existence beneath this sky, and also the most overbearing existence. Even just a tiny hint of remnant will was extremely proud and powerful too. Yi Yuan waited without fear. What he relied on was naturally the golden characters in his sea of consciousness. But until now they did not have any movements at all. In the end, I still have to rely on myself. Thousand augmenting soul incantation, break for me. Yi Yuan's condensed his own consciousness to become a sword, stabbing towards that azure dragon. Ha! Paltry tricks. Want to deal with this dragon with just the likes of this? The azure dragon extended a dragon claw, lightly grabbing towards that sword. Yet, right at this time, the black bead within Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness suddenly quivered. The next instant, that colossal azure dragon illusion seemed to be struck by lightning, actually unable to move his entire body. The dragon claw that he extended froze there too, unable to advance an inch. Swiss. Plus the soul sword that Yi Yuan condensed penetrated through the azure dragon illusion, just like this. The confrontation between consciousnesses was the most perilous. Yi Yuan's soul sword condensed all of his attainments on the divine soul. This attack was by no means insignificant. Arg! How can this dragon be killed by a sea transformation realm brat? Impossible. The azure dragon's roars gradually became weaker, all the way until that phantom turned into nothing, and finally vanished. Hoo! Yi Yuan let out a long breath, looking at that black bead in his sea of consciousness with an astonished gaze. Just what is this black bead's origin? To actually be able to produce such power to restrain a true dragon's will? If not for the black bead remedying the situation today, it was absolutely impossible for Yi Yuan to finish off the azure dragon with such ease. This black bead was too mysterious. Also don't know just what was its origins. But through today's matters, Yi Yuan could confirm that this black bead's origin was absolutely extraordinary. One had to know that a true dragon had one of the strongest types of will in this world. Even Yi Yuan did not dare say he had full confidence in dealing with it either. But that black bead just quivered slightly, and that azure dragon formed from that strand of will actually become incapable of moving. At this moment, Yi Yuan discovered to his dismay that he had many staggering secrets on him. Yet, he could not control even a single one of them. No time to think too much. Better absorb the true dragon's blood fast. Yi Yuan calmed his mind very quickly and absorbed the true dragon's blood in full force. Without the true dragon will's guiding, this true dragon's blood became much more obedient. It was not as tyrannical and brutal as before. The powerful energy in the dragon blood continuously baptized Yi Yuan's body, strengthening his essence energy. Yi Yuan's aura could be seen with the naked eye to be strengthening rapidly. After half a day, Yi Yuan successfully broke through to the 6th level C transformation. And what's going on? That boy is actually breaking through? When the black-clothed person saw that Yi Yuan was already severely injured and on the verge of dying, he was disinclined to pay attention to him again any longer. At this time, suddenly detecting somebody breaking through, he hurriedly paid close attention to Yi Yuan. With this look, he could not help jumping in fright. The flesh and skin on Yi Yuan's body covered in cracks not only recovered as good as new at this time, it even became S-colored, faintly exuding powerful strength. Not only did Yi Yuan not show the slightest hint of being injured, but his aura also was terrifyingly powerful. Did he really succeed in refining the true dragon's blood? How is this possible? True dragon will is abnormally ruthless and tyrannical. He's only C transformation realm. How can he possibly beat the true dragon will? This time, the black-clothed person was really stunned. Chapter 575. Half-Dragon Physique, 8th Level C Transformation. Chapter 575. Half-Dragon Physique, 8th Level C Transformation. Yi Yuan's aura rose without ceasing. After breaking through to the 6th Level C Transformation, the momentum still did not reduce. Instead, surging towards the 7th Level C Transformation. At the same time, Yi Yuan's skeleton was also rattling. His body was still undergoing the dragon blood's baptism. When the black-clothed person saw this scene, he was truly astonished until he could not speak. Yi Yuan was breaking through boundaries while tempering his physique on the side. What kind of freak was this fellow? One had to know that although there was no true dragon will, tempering the physique was something extremely perilous. A single mishap and one would run amok. Breaking through boundaries was likewise something which did not tolerate any hint of mistakes and was also exceptionally easy for the person to become deranged. These two matters doing at the same time, the risk of running amok would increase tremendously. But Yi Yuan, this psycho, was actually carrying it out in a systematic order. Yi Yuan's aura rose without stopping and arrived at the 7th Level C Transformation's boundary very soon. This was the moment which was the most exhilarating for martial artists, but it was also the most dangerous moment. The black-clothed person watched until his heart leaped to his throat. How could he know that Yi Yuan, under heart like still water realm, doing something like dual tasking was not something that was hard? The process of breaking through to the 7th Level C Transformation was not as perilous as the black-clothed person imagined. It was completed easily like water flowing when a channel was formed. Yi Yuan's body at present already underwent a thorough remolding transformation. Breaking through was even less of a burden. But the boundless energy contained within the dragon blood still did not end like this, all the way until Yi Yuan broke through to the 8th level C transformation, did it finally stop. When a brand new Yi Yuan appeared before the black-clothed person's eyes, his entire person was in a complete daze. This boy. He really succeeded. His original talent was already very startling. Having experienced the dragon blood's remolding at this time, it's simply going to be heaven-defying. The black-clothed person sucked in a cold breath. Yi Yuan was very pleased with his current body. Even if he did not use essence energy, his entire body was filled with the feeling of strength too. He had a feeling that even if he did not make use of essence energy, he could sweep away C transformation realm martial artists too. The power of dragon blood is indeed heaven-defying. My physical body actually became formidable to such a degree. A large quant. 1. Tai of true dragon aura is held within my essence energy right now. It can at least increase the power of my martial techniques by 30%. Furthermore, the power of the dragon blood did not dissipated but actually fused into my blood, creating a sort of bloodline. One could say that I'm currently already a half-dragon physique. Yi Yuan examined his own body, and was inexplicably thrilled too. This true dragon's blood was too terrifying. What it brought to him was simply a completely remolding transformation. The original Yi Yuan with mediocre talent was now a genius in its true sense at present. Yi Yuan felt like he had a sensation of teeming with power, and he could not refrain from lifting his head up and giving a long howl, unleash. Hi plus ing a punch abruptly. Flame movement carnage. Once the fiery red fist shadow appeared, the entire SPAC seemed to be trembling. Intense trembling as well as detonation sounds emitted in the air. This boy. The black-clothed person was also very alarmed when he saw this punch of Yi Yuan's. With Yi Yuan's current strength, ordinary late-stage soul Cs were completely not his match. Breaking through boundaries, Yi Yuan's current mood was excellent. He cupped his fists and said to the void, "Many thanks to Senior for gifting dragon blood. Yi Yuan is endlessly grateful." The black-clothed person could not help choking up. He previously swore that Yi Yuan was dead for sure. But now, not only was Yi Yuan standing in front of him perfectly well, his strength even soared by leaps and bounds. At present, Yi Yuan gave thanks. Although there was no intention of mocking him, the black-clothed person's face was burning hot. The black-clothed person was Embark said to acknowledge this. He just casually waved his hand. The vast heaven steel landed in the inheritance SPAC with a bang. Yi Yuan saw that the black-clothed person did not seem to have the intention of opening his mouth, so he just smiled and walked towards the vast heaven steel. When Yi Yuan's divine sense probed into the vast heaven steel, he could not help being greatly taken aback. What I visualize is still the scorching true intent. Why would I come to a stretch of frozen and snow-covered land? Is there a mistake? No way, right? The vast heaven steel can make mistakes too? Yi Yuan said in surprise. As far as the eye could see, it was entirely a vast expanse of whiteness, not a single CRAP to do with fire at all. Yi Yuan's thinking was very simple. No matter how many true intents one comprehended, it was also not as practical as specializing in one true intent. Rather than wasting time to visualize other true intents, might as well cultivate the scorching true intent to supreme level. True intent to supreme true intent was a massive chasm of difference. Crossing it would be a boundless plain. Unable to cross it, and one could only fade into the crowd. In the divine realm, one could not tell how many martial artists could grasp true intent, but it was far from what those at the lower realms could compare to. Yet, those able to grasp supreme true intent were in the minority. Yi Yuan had never been satisfied with grasping true intent. His goal was supreme true intent. Only by grasping supreme true intent could he have the qualifications to contend with Ji Kanglin, to have the capital to avenge his hatred. Although the Azure Dipper floating zero sword intent was powerful, it was still unable to defeat Ji Kanglin. As the number one expert of the Medicine King Hall, how could Ji Kanglin possibly not have supreme true intent? Ji Kanglin was indeed a rarely seen genius of the martial path. Even if his strength were inferior to the 10 great divine kings, the disparity would not be too great either. Wanting to surpass Ji Kanglin, Yi Yuan needed to become even stronger. Yi Yuan could roam unhindered in the lower realms, but he himself knew that after going to the divine realm, his advantage would not be that big anymore. He could even disregard the immense disparity of a major boundary to cross boundaries and challenge others in the endless world. But reaching the divine realm, even if he could cross boundaries to challenge, it was also impossible to ignore the gap between levels. There were large numbers of martial artists in the divine realm who could grasp true intent. Among them, there was no lack of martial artists who grasped some extremely powerful true intents. So much so that the divine realm's young generation already comprehended the elementary form of supreme true intent at this current realm of his. Compared to those people, Yi Yuan's advantage was naturally all gone as well. Therefore, right now Yi Yuan could only become even stronger. Only then would he have the capital to gain a foothold when arriving at the divine realm. But comprehending true intents simply had no way of letting him become stronger. Only supreme true intents could let him walk further. With Yi Yuan's talent, him casually comprehending multiple true intents in this vast heaven steel was not an issue. But supreme true intent was different. Comprehending true intent was with decades and centuries as a unit of measurement. And many divine kings in the divine realm only comprehended one supreme true intent throughout their lifetime. It could be seen how hard it was to comprehend supreme true intent. Furthermore, the scorching true intent was even a kind that was extremely hard to comprehend among them. Even if Yi Yuan was briming with confidence, it was also impossible to succeed in comprehending entirely inside this vast heaven steel within a short period of time. But without any doubt, this vast heaven steel could let his comprehension road shrink tremendously. But what the hell was this right now? What Yi Yuan wanted to comprehend was the scorching supreme true intent, not the extreme cold supreme true intent. Why would the vast heaven steel send him to such an environment? But, what the hell is this place? It's really cold. In this S.P.A.C., Yi Yuan's consciousness was seemingly about to be frozen. This also involuntarily made him release the scorching true intent to resist this kind of extreme cold weather. Chapter 576. Endless Benefits. Chapter 576. Endless Benefits. Very soon, Yi Yuan discovered that his own essence energy expenditure speed was very rapid. Even with Yi Yuan's control over essence energy reaching a very subtle degree, he only persisted for half a day's time before being completely frozen into a popsicle. Extreme cold concept and scorching concept were two kinds of diametrically opposed concept. Yi Yuan determined that this was not the vast heaven steel's blunder very soon, but it wanted him to temper his scorching true intent through this sort of method. This degree of extreme cold, Yi Yuan was completely unable to comprehend. Extreme cold true intent belonged to the isotribute true intent, and isotribute true intents belonged to an important branch of concept of water. Yi Yuan had not even learned the rudiments of the concept of water, let alone say comprehending the extreme cold true intent. This was like a Soul Sea Realm martial artist telling an Essence Chi Realm martial artist how Soul Sea Realms cultivated. Those at the Essence Chi Realm were simply unable to comprehend. Hence, this way of tempering true intent was surely for the sake of the scorching true intent. It was just that how to go and comprehend the scorching supreme true intent, Yi Yuan did not have any clues at all. However, he was not in a rush either. The scorching supreme true intent was too hard to comprehend. He had never thought of accompli hi plus ing it in one stroke. Since the vast heavens steel S.P.A.C. had a shortcut to walk, he actually saved a lot of time already. If placed in the outside world, who knows how much time he had to spend before he could find a way to learn the basic scorching true intent to supreme true intent. The scorching supreme true intent, there was a ma.'s sivrage. Even the spirit bristle divine king also spent several hundred years back then before succeeding in comprehending. If Yi Yuan could comprehend successfully within a few days, then it would really be a joke. To be able to achieve a position among the 10 great divine kings, which one of them wasn't somebody with unparalleled talent. Though Yi Yuan's comprehension abilities were high, to talk about being hundreds, thousands of times greater than the spirit bristle divine king, that was too exaggerated as well. The black-clothed person stared at Yi Yuan from inside the void and muttered to himself, "This boy is indeed a self-aware person. He knows the logic of biting off more than one can chew. Looks like his horizons are much greater compared to the other endless world martial artists. True intent is but the start of cultivation. What's truly powerful is still supreme true intent. If this boy can comprehend the scorching supreme true intent, then the next 3 rounds most likely won't be able to stump him." The black-clothed person thought about it, and he could not help laughing in spite of himself and said, "I'm really muddled up by this punk. The scorching supreme true intent is one of the pinnacle few kinds of supreme true intent. Even if his talent is monstrous, without 180 years, one can also forget about having some accomplishment. Right now, inside the inheritance S.P.A.C., the time flow is 30-1. The second perfect clear has a reward of 6 days, which is also to say that he only has 180 days time. 180 days to comprehend the scorching supreme true intent isn't even enough to fill the gaps between one's teeth, right? 180 years to have some accomplishments. This was already a tremendously high appraisal of Yi Yuan. One had to know that for a divine king powerhouse in the divine realm, if he could comprehend the scorching supreme true intent during his lifetime, his strength would be an immensely powerful existence among divine kings. Yi Yuan being able to have some accomplishments in 80 to 100 years, such an appraisal could not be said to not be high. 180 days in comparison to 180 years was truly just a twinkle. Even wanting to cross the threshold was very challenging. Time flew by quickly in the inheritance S.P.A.C. for Yi Yuan. In the outside world, only a few short days had passed. As expected, Qin Yen and Yin Yanhua were both killed in the 5th level by the illusionary spirits killing Array and kicked out of the vast heaven pag. Oda. When they heard that Yi Yuan cleared the first 6 levels perfectly, each one of them was shocked until they could not close their mouth. Apart from the 2 of them, Qi Hai even let Lu Hong and Guo Taochuan stay. These 4 strongest people of the junior generation were all now beside Qi Hai. "The 4 of you, just cultivate in seclusion here. I'll safeguard you guys. You all should have much comprehension and benefits in the vast heaven pag." Oda. Entering seclusion at this time is the most optimum period. The outside world's matters naturally have those divine traversing realm experts to go and worry over. Having the few of you more to join them won't have much impact, Qi Hai said to the 4 people. "Yes, Old Hai." The 4 people acknowledged in unison. "Old Hai, did you keep us behind for the sake of cultivation?" Guo Taochuan plucked up his courage and asked weakly. Although they were the strongest ones among the junior generation, in front of Qi Hai, they were still out-and-out juniors. This Old Hai before their eyes was a legendary CLA.S expert. He was in existence even more powerful than their old ancestors. Qi Hai said coolly, "It's naturally not just for cultivation. I kept you guys behind in order to wait for Yi Yuan to come out." Qi Hai did not hide it either, directly saying out his true intentions. "Wait for Yi Yuan?" Lu Hong was a bit stunned. Guotao and the others were not surprised at all. They had clearly expected it to some extent long ago. Actually, Lu Hong was still extremely dejected in his heart right now. Although he achieved the goal of shocking everyone with one move, this vast heaven pag. Oh, the trip this time, he never would have thought that an existence 100 times, 1,000 times more monstrous than him would actually emerge too. Under Yi Yuan's halo, his sense of existence was weakened to the extreme. This kind of psychological depression, he could not talk to others either. He could only be depressed by himself secretly. In the end, he was held back by Chi Hai and was even chuckling to himself for a bit secretly, thinking that he was going to get old Hai's heavy grooming. Who knew that he would hear Chi Hai say so right now, that he only let the few of them stayed behind for the sake of Yi Yuan. This made the little bit of hope that just sprung up for him be extinguished again mercilessly. Chi Hai was shrewd and experienced with age. How could he not perceive Lu Hong's emotions? But he just treated as if he did not see and said coolly, Yi Yuan's gains in this vast heaven pag. Oh. The trip this time is definitely more than what we imagine. After he comes out this time, he'll become the indisputable leader of your junior generation. I believe that in the near future, he might become the entire endless world's young people's idol. This point, you all need to have a clear understanding yourselves. I know that the four of you are all proud individuals and arrogant at heart. But in front of Yi Yuan, you guys don't have the capital to be arrogant in the least bit. Do you understand? The Qin Yen trio all nodded their heads slightly when they heard that. They had long already accepted this fact. Yi Yuan's rising speed was seriously too fast. They could not catch up even by whipping their horses. The martial artist world had always been a world which talked using strength. Yi Yuan already used his strength to utterly conquer these so-called strongest people in the junior generation. Especially when they saw that scene of Yi Yuan killing the illusionary spirits in the 5th level. It simply made them unable to give rise to the desire to chase after. Yet, before entering the vast heaven pag, Lu Hong had not heard of Yi Yuan before at all. This made him feel in his heart some difficulties to adapt to things. Chi Hai's words were actually primarily said for him to hear. Chi Hai frowned slightly. Lu Hong involuntarily shuddered and hurriedly said, Old Hai, Lu Hong understands. Chi Hai nodded his head and continued, The purpose of me making you guys stay behind is very simple. The realm war has already started in full scale now. From now onwards, the four of you have to keep on following by Yi Yuan's side, and listen to his instructions. You don't need to look at me with those eyes. I'm not asking you guys to break away from your own sex, but I am taking into consideration for the sake of your futures, and for the sake of the endless world's future. Following by his side, you will receive endless benefits. Chapter 577. Be proud of today's choice. Chapter 577. Be proud of today's choice. Of course, I won't force you guys to stay by his side. If you yourselves aren't willing, you can leave right now. Finished talking, Chi Hai pulled out a flask of wine calmly and went to the stone table by the side to start pouring himself a cup to drink on his own. This was the immortal remembrance jade brew that Yi Yuan gave him. This time, he specially brought it along with him. He knew that these four people would definitely be very conflicted and surely would not have an answer for a short while. Forget about Lu Hong. The other three people were all the top proud children of heaven of a world, gathering millions of gazes on them. Even if they admired Yi Yuan very much right now, it also did not represent that they were willing to be Yi Yuan's underlings, listening to Yi Yuan's assignment for every matter. But Chi Hai had his own considerations. Yi Yuan had never belonged to the endless world. He was destined to radiate splendor in the divine realm. With Yi Yuan's current improvement speed, he believed that this day would not be too distant. Maybe 10 years, but even so, the maximum would not exceed 20 years. However, to talk about where the endless world's final hope lay, that was absolutely Yi Yuan. Zhao Tianyin, this boundless realm existence, was akin to a gigantic mountain pressing down on Qi Hai's heart. Once the realm Pa's Sageway was completely stabilized and the Wind Emperor personally descended upon the endless world, it would probably be hard for him, a realm lord, to survive as well. Initially, he was constantly worrying about this matter, all the way until he saw Yi Yuan's spectacular performance in the vast heaven pag. Oh, this time. Yes. Qi Hai was completely awe-inspired. Perfect completion 2 consecutive times and directly making it into the 7th level. Such a result, not say that it would never be seen again, but it was absolutely unprecedented. Moreover, in just this half a month's time, Yi Yuan already broke through multiple realms in a row, breaking through to middle stage C transformation. Such cultivation speed, who could guarantee that he would be incapable of having the strength to contend with the Wind Emperor before he descended? An endless world youth being able to obtain a divine realm's inheritance was no doubt impressive. But Yi Yuan's extraordinariness was clearly not due to this. The most remarkable thing about Yi Yuan was not the divine realm inheritance, but that remarkable talent of his. It was himself. Qi Hai dared to confirm that even if the divine realm's legacies landed on these 4 people before his eyes, they absolutely could not reach Yi Yuan's level either. After all, no matter how incredible the legacy, it also needed the martial artist to go and comprehend concepts bit by bit, to go and cultivate essence energy. Essence energy cultivation was hard to say. But this sort of thing like concepts comprehension, it required talent. The reason why Yi Yuan was powerful was that his concepts comprehension threw these few people in front of him multiple streets behind. And to make these 4 people follow Yi Yuan was also hoping that they could become the endless world's future hope. It was to let them mature even faster and become even stronger. If they could not let go of the pride in their hearts, Qi Hai could not help them either. Okay. I'll stay behind to follow Yi Yuan. What made Qi Hai rather surprised was that the first one to speak up was actually the Qin Yan who had a grudge with Yi Yuan. I'm staying too. Guotaochuan and Yin Yanhua practically followed right after. But Lu Hong became rather hesitant. This sort of situation now was far too drastically different from what he predicted before coming to the vast heaven pag. Oda. He did not think that he actually had to be a lackey for a youth much younger than him now. Lu Hong revealed a difficult look and became hesitant to speak. Qi Hai gave him a sidelong glance and said coolly, "No need to be conflicted. Willing means willing. Unwilling means unwilling. I won't make things difficult for you just because you choose to leave. Furthermore, I came up with this idea at the last minute as well and still haven't discussed it with Yi Yuan yet. Whether he's willing to or not is still another matter altogether." This matter was indeed what he conceived impromptu. The fierce Gale world's abnormal activities made him rather uneasy. No matter which angle one lies from, the move of Ma's sacring cities was the dumbest one. But were the fierce Gale world folks really a bunch of fools? This Lu Hong's talent was indeed decent. That was why Qi Hai had the thought of keeping him behind together with the others. Actually, you don't need to feel wronged. I believe you've perceived it too. Yi Yuan's talent and strength, you won't be able to catch up for the rest of your life too. When he cleared the 5th level, he already had that kind of strength. The second perfect clear this time, it's still uncertain what kind of heaven-defying rewards he obtained. Coming out of the vast heaven pag. This time, he's already on a completely different level of martial artist from us. Following him won't bring disgrace to you. Maybe there might come a day where you would even be proud because of today's choice. At this time, Qin Yan suddenly voiced out to urge. Qi Hai glugged a mouthful of immortal remembrance jade brew and said with a smile, "Not maybe. It's definitely." Lu Hong finally sighed slightly and said to Qi Hai, "Okay, I'll stay behind." "Alright. Since that's the case, you guys each enter seclusion to comprehend then." Regarding Lu Hong's choice, Qi Hai was not very surprised. This person was not someone stupid. Or else, he would not have his present accomplishments either. How he should choose, he was actually very clear in his heart. It was just that he could not cross this hurdle in his heart. As long as the gains and losses were analyzed clearly, he could make a wise choice. In a blink, Yi Yuan had already spent over 5 months in the snow-covered land of ice. In these 5 months plus, Yi Yuan was frozen to death many times. Each time was death because of depleting essence energy. In order to not freeze to death, Yi Yuan thought of countless ways. Yet, it yielded very little success. In the beginning, Yi Yuan released the scorching true intent to maintain his body temperature. He discovered that this way would exhaust essence energy very quickly and die. Later on, Yi Yuan became wiser. He only maintained the released true intent at a very low level to barely ensure that he would not be frozen to death. But that sort of extremely cold feeling made him exceptionally clear-minded. That bone-piercing chill made him have limitless despair. But Yi Yuan still toughed it out. Under heart-like still water heart realm, Yi Yuan gingerly maintained the feeble true intent to resist the freezing cold. Gradually, Yi Yuan finally touched upon some know-how. Yi Yuan discovered that he could sense the scorching true intent's true essence more clearly under such a condition. Even though this sort of feeling was still extremely fuzzy, at least he had a direction to strive towards. It was not hazy like before. These few days, Yi Yuan had been fastidiously experiencing the scorching true intent all along, and he gradually had some understanding in his heart. Heat was a kind of energy release. When the temperature was not high, this sort of release would not produce too much destructive power. But once the temperature rose to an extremely terrifying level, the destructive force of that scorching true intent would be very alarming. In the end, it was still how high a degree the martial artist could raise the temperature of the scorching true intent to. The higher the temperature of the martial technique released, the greater the destructive power evidently caused. Just like the spirit bristle divine king's 9 suns burning heaven, its horrifying destructive power was not due to its large area of effect, but it was because he could raise the temperature within a certain sphere of influence to an extremely terrifying level. A level that was able to obliterate divine king powerhouses. How profound a concept did that have to be? The present Yi Yuan was clearly still far off. Figuring out this link, Yi Yuan no longer used the scorching concept to maintain his own body temperature anymore.